Testing 1, 2, 3 from the broadcast desk. This is a mic check from the broadcast desk. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Here they come. Post time. Deep stretch now. Shut the camera up.
Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Red Shores at the Summerside Raceway on a Sunday afternoon. It's stake day here today. 15 races on tap for you here this afternoon with the Lady Slipper and Joe O'Brien Memorial Stakes today for 2- and 3-year-old colts and fillies. Gold and grassroots divisions, also 2- and 3-year-old trotting colts and fillies in the Lady Slipper Stakes. I'm your host, Rocky Schierman. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action here this afternoon. We got some stakes, as I mentioned today, in the 14th race. 2-year-old fillies gold for $32,800. Could be a record stakes and purses today. I don't know. Vance might know. Over $269,000 in purse money on the line today. The 14th race has the 2-year-old fillies in the gold. 7 starters with Windermere Sky and Mark Campbell. Fitness First 2 with Corey McPherson. Going for Blood is 3 with Kenny Arsenault. Serenity Now 4 with Jason Hughes. Gia's Gem 5 with Claire McDonald. We Danced Anyway will leave 6 with David Dowling. And to round out the field is Beach Jewels. with Jill Berrio. Temperatures in the high 20s today. It's going to be a great day for harness racing. We have some program and equipment changes for you today. Let's go upstairs now to the man who will call all the action. Here is Mr. Vance Cameron. Vance?
You're absolutely right, Mr. Skirman. It is a record-setting purse day for all stakes all the time here in Summerside. The purse money has been absolutely incredible. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Red Shores at the Summerside Raceway for today's racing program, event number 19 of the meeting. Fast track conditions, 24 degrees Celsius, the temperature at this time in Summerside. The track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Atlantic Province's Harness Racing Commission. Today, the senior judge, Mr. Kent Butler. The associate judges are Mr. Gary Devine, and joining us from mainland New Brunswick, Mr. Ed Smith. Now, here are the afternoon's program and equipment changes. First change, we'll go to race number 2. In the second race, number 2, It's All About Fred, has a chart line, a qualifying line. 21st of August, Charlottetown, scoring from post 2 and finished second, was race timed in 2:09 and 1, driven by Adam Murner. Next change, you'll go over to race number 4. Its additional chart line on the 5, Nick Way Rocks It. 21st of August, Charlottetown, fast track, scoring on the rail, was a race winner in 2:08 and 3, driven by Miles Heffernan Sr. Next change, you'll go over to race number 6. In the 6th race, number 1, Dibs on the Captain, equipment change. Removed knee boots, overcheck, an Italian sidelining bit, adding a snaffle bit, and a 2-bit martingale. Number 4, Magian Mystery, removing the head pole, the cheek rolls, and the choke plate. Next change, go to race number 11. In the 11th race, number 3, 0260, removing the Murphy blind. Next change, go to race number 13. In the 13th, number 2, The Sun and Moon, adding a jawbreaker. Final change on the program in the final race today. That's number 15. Number 3, St. Patrick's Morn, from a chin strap to a chin chain. That will wrap up the changes at this time on today's racing program. The Par Mutual wickets are open and selling. Race 1, post time set for 1 o'clock. That leaves you 25 minutes to make your Race 1 decisions.
Race Day Live continues from Summerside, Prince Edward Island. Welcome to our on-track and off-track customers. In the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge that the land upon which we gather is unceded Mi'kmaq territory. Abogwed Mi'kmaq is covered by the historic treaties of peace and friendship. We pay our respects to the indigenous Mi'kmaq people who have occupied this island for over 12,000 years, past, present, and future. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise, if you are able, for the playing of our national anthem. Now, back to Race Day Live.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shores Summerside on a Sunday afternoon. It's all stakes all the time today. 15 dashes on tap here today. Lady Slipper and the Joe Bryan Memorial Gold and Grassroots divisions for 2-year-old colts and fillies, as well as the 2- and 3-year-old trotters. Here this afternoon, let's look at race number 11, Joe Bryan Memorial 2-year-old colts in the gold division for $28,800. Sporty Anthony on the rail with Kenny Murphy. Woodmere Kobe 2 with Kenny Airsnow. 0-260 with is 3 with Danny Gillis. Tobin's Gem from 4 with Mark Campbell. Louis the Lip will leave 5 with Brody McPhee. And Woodmere Mahomes from post 6 with Shield Barrio. Going to be a great day for harness racing here today at Red Shores in Summerside. And there's a look at the Atlantic Post Calls Paddy Cam with our selections on the screen. I'm going to go with a 2-5-7 in the afternoon's opener. Lady Slipper Stake. 2-year-old fillies in the grassroots division for $16,400. As Vance mentioned, it is a record total purchase today here at Red Shore Summerside. Like I mentioned, 2-5-7 for me. Backstretch beat Nick Oakes and the Classifiers choices. They're at 7-5-2 in the opener in 13 minutes.
Slippers race on the drive for post-grade Lady Slipper Stake, 2-year-old fillies grassroots division. The racers on the Country Girl won by Douglas and David Neal, Keith Ford and Ben Mathers, and Keith trains and drives. Here is Elm Grove Uncanny over Joe Baxter, Spring Valley, and Era's Rally of Summerside. Joe does a train, Kenny Murphy drives. Windermere Denazi is the 3, owned and trained by Saul Lanigan of Cambridge, Jason Hughes. Covered in purple, number 4, over Kevin Harvey of Halifax and Rudge Racing of Dartmouth, Nova Scotia, trained and driven by Darren Crow. 5 is Uptown Tonight, owned and trained by Miles Heffernan Jr. of Somerville. Miles Sr. drives. Starship Sundancer, the 6, owned by Claude Poirier, trained by Earl Watts, Mark Campbell. All Bets on Lee, number 7, owned by Karina Coyne of Fatima, Quebec, trained by Trevor Hick and Ryan Durage. 80 Shine Runner, owned by Kingsley Walsh, Sam Walsh, Clara Murphy, and Frank Malcolm, trained and driven by David Dowling. 3 minutes to post time. Welcome to Redshores Summerside. Today we feature the Lady Slipper and the Joe O'Brien Memorial Stakes. Rocky Sherman is coming up next for the HBI broadcast desk.
Let's head up to the track for this afternoon's opener. First of 15, first half of the daily double exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win, place, and show. And it is the start of the guaranteed 20-cent I'll pick 5. Lady Slipper Stake, 2-year-old fillies in the grassroots division. Over $16,000 on the line here. I'm landing on the 2, Elm Grove Uncanny. 3-year-old black filly by Malicious for Joe Baxter, Spring Valley, and Earth Rally of Summerside. Joe Baxter, the trainer, with Kenny Murphy in the bike. Charlottetown, August the 12th. Atlantic Star Stakes, B division for $6,000. Left from post 6, broken equipment, right to the front. Wire-to-wire winner by half a length. 2 minutes, 1/5, maiden record, closed it out in 30 and 3 for Kenny Murphy. I like the post position change today. Leaves 2. It's Elm Grove Uncanny with Kenny Murphy, 5-2. There's a look at the 5. Uptown Tonight. 3-year-old bay filly by Tobago Case from Miles Heffernan Jr. of Somerville, who's also the trainer. Miles Heffernan Sr. will do the driving. Last start in Charlottetown, August the 12th in the Atlantic Star Stakes B division. Left from post 3, finished 3rd. Race time in 1:58 and 4, closed it out in 30 and 3 for Miles Heffernan Sr. Post 5 this afternoon. Uptown Tonight at 8-1. And there we see the 7, All Bets on Lead. 2-year-old bay filly by All Bets Off for Karine O'Coin of Fatima, Quebec. Trevor Hicken is the trainer. Ryan Durage in the bike today. Started at Charlottetown August the 7th. Left from 6. A winner by neck in 1:58 and 3. 29 and 1 on the end of it. That was a new race win record. Miles Heffernan Sr. was in the bike that day. Leaving 7 today. All Bets Off and Ryan Durage at even money. Countdown clock is in for the afternoon's opener. Lady Slipper Stake, 2-year-old fillies, grassroots division. First of 15 races today. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate upstairs to Vance Cameron.
I'm a country girl, Elm Grove Uncanny, Windermere, Denarzi, covered in purple. Uptown tonight, Starship Sundancer, all bets on Lee, Shine or Runner outside. Around $267,000, I believe Mr. Sherman said, a record stakes day. We're going to sell 160 colts and fillies at the Atlantic Classic sale in October. First race off and pacing. Leaping out towards the rail, I'm a country girl, Elm Grove Candy, and then crossing from the outside. Uptown tonight is 3 high third. Into the turn, Windermere Denarzi is fourth. About to drop into B5th, that is Starship Sundancer. Then the sixth one is covered in purple. Seventh is All Bets on Lee, and the trailer, Shine Runner. So the fillies arrive at the quarter, led by Elm Grove Uncanny and Kenny Murphy. Uptown tonight is second, all alone in the long shot third position. I'm a country girl, 29 seconds flat the quarter. Well back in fourth, that's Windermere Denarzi. Then 50 Starship Sundancer. Covered in purple is sixth. All Bets on Lee takes out from seventh, and the trailer, that is Shine Runner. Down the stretch for time one. The opening half mile comes next. Elm Grove Uncanny will get them halfway home in the opener. Second, that's Uptown tonight. I'm a country girl. Third, there goes movement out of the backfield. Starship Sundancer underway fourth, following the cover in the outside fifth. All Bets on Lee. 1 minute and 1 was the half. They got a second quarter breather in as they arrive at 5-8, and it's Elm Grove Uncanny the leader. Uptown tonight second, third on the outside is Starship Sundancer. I'm a country girl at the rail fourth. All Bets on Lee on the outside fifth. Covered in purple sixth. Windermere Denarzi is seventh, and Shine Runner is eighth. They're by 3/4. Elm Grove Uncanny is still there in the late going. 3/4 in 1:30 and 3 with an eighth of a mile left to go. Elm Grove Uncanny trying to take Murphy all the way. Uptown tonight on the outside is ready for the stretch drive. Back to third, Starship Sundancer. On the wire they come next. Elm Grove Uncanny is still there. Elm Grove Uncanny will get there for Kenny Murphy in the Lady Slipper. Uptown tonight second, Starship Sundancer held third. 2 minutes. Fought.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for the afternoon's opener. What a way to kick her off with a nice cold exactor here. Elm Grove Uncanny and Kenny Murphy go right down the road. 29, the half a minute, 1/5. Down to 3/4 in 1:30 and 3. Miles Heffernan made a good bid here with Uptown tonight. Here's the stretch drive. It looked like he was going to go right on by, but he drifted out wide and might have cost him this race as well. But Elm Grove Uncanny and Kenny Murphy open it up here. 2 minutes flat. That is a new race win record. Just your third lifetime start, 2 wins already. Elm Grove, Kenny, and Kenny Murphy, they're going to the Woodmere Standardbridge Winner Circle next.
Elm Grove Uncanny on her way to the Woodmere Standardbreds Winner's Circle in today's first race, pacing Black Filly, 2 years, the daughter of Malicious, off the Up the Credit Dam, Jen's Credit. Home with Joe Baxter of Spring Valley and Erith Riley of Summerside. Joe does the training, filly bred by Bobby Gordon of Elmsdale. Kenny Murphy had her on top at every call today, pacing to a new record of 2 minutes flat. Elm Grove Uncanny in the Lady Slipper Stake at Summerside with the Winner's Circle presentation.
Windermere Farms is proud to announce shares are now available in our 2025 yearlings. From our Rising Star Stallion, Somewhere Fancy, to the champion sire, Malicious, this is your chance to get in on the action with some of the most exciting bloodlines in the Maritimes. Come on out to Windermere Farms and meet the future champions of the 2026 season. To book your viewing and for more details, contact Earl Watts today. Windermere Farms, where Atlantic Canada's champion stallions call home.
Now the official results in the first race, I'm a Country Girl was 6th, Elm Grove Uncanny the race winner. Windermere Denozy was 5th, Covered in Purple 7th, Uptown Tonight was 2nd, Starship Sundancer 3rd, All Bets on Lee was 4th, Shine Runner finished 8th, the fractions were 29, 1 minute 1, 1:30 and 3, and the mile 2 minutes. In review, 615. 72348. Elm Grove Uncanny paid $370 to win. The exactor was $18.50, triactor $56.10, and the superfactor returning $23.94.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Redshores Summerside on a Sunday afternoon. It's all stakes today, 15 dashes, 14 left. We got the first one in the books with Kenny Murphy winning it with Elm Grove Uncanny. Let's talk about HPI PEI rewards. Redshores is pleased to announce HPI rewards for Prince Edward Island customers. You can now play Summerside and Charlottetown live racing and earn points and convert those points to cash or other exciting offers. Sign up and play the horses through HPIBet.com and the new HPI rewards program for Prince Edward Island. And we'll have a look at the selections on the screen here for the upcoming second race. Field of 4, Lady Slipper Stake, 2-year-old Trotting Colts for a purse of $14,600. No show wagering in here. There's a shot of the Atlantic Post calls Paddock Cam. I like 4-1-2, backstretch beat, and the Classifiers choices 4-1-3 in the upcoming second. And we have a line on the 2. It's All About Fred. Qualified at Charlottetown August the 21st. Left from post 2, finished 2. Trotted a mile in 2:09 and 1, closing it out in 31 and 3. Adam Erner was in the bike. Post time in 5 minutes.
Lady Slipper Steak for 2-year-old trotting colts and geldings. Hop on a Rocket 1, owned by Valley Grove Farm of Kelvin Grove. Mike McGuigan trains and drives. It's All About Fred, number 2, owned by Herman McQuaid, Corey Livingston, and Krista Dunsford, trained and driven by Adam Erner. Hamac Primetime, number 3, owned by Savage Stable. Brad Campbell of Stratford, trained by Landon Campbell. Mark Campbell drives. For Little Lewis, owned by East Coast Captains of Cornwall, trained by Curry White, driven by Corey McPherson. 4 minutes to post time. Rocky returns with the top 5 trainers here at Red Shores, Summerside.
And we don't have a slate for the top trainers, but I do have them here on my phone. Earl Watts leads the way with 14 wins, top trainer. Second tied for 4 of them. Jacob Sweet, Phil Sizer, George Renison, and Jennifer Doyle all tied with 10 wins. Chris McKay and Kyle Williams close with 9 and 8. Those are the top trainers here at Red Shores in Summerside. Heading out to the track now for the afternoon second race. Lady Slipper Stake 2-year-old trotting colts for $14,600. Landing on the 4, Little Lewis. 2-year-old bay gelding by E.L. Rocket for East Coast Captains of Cornwall. They're also the breeders. Curry White, the trainer. Corey McPherson in the bike comes into this one on a 3-race winning streak from just 4 lifetime starts. The last one was at Charlottetown, August the 13th, Old Home Week. Left from 5, wire-to-wire winner by quarter of a length in 2:04 flat, 30 and 1. On the end of it, Corey McPherson was in the bike. Took the record, though, right here, July the 15th. Left from 2, wire-to-wire winner by 5.5 lengths in 2:02 and 2, 29 and 3. On the end of it, Corey McPherson in the bike, and he's in the bike today of Little Lewis at 1-4. And there we get a peek at the rail sitter. Hop on a Rocket, 2-year-old black gelding by E.L. Rocket for Valley Grove Farms of Kelvin Grove. Keith Campbell, the late Keith Campbell, is the breeder. Mike McGuigan is the trainer and the driver. Started at Charlottetown Old Home Week, August the 13th. Atlantic Sire Stakes for over $13,000. Left from post 6, get interfered with. Finished 3rd. Trotted a mile in 2:04 and 2, 29 and 3. On the end of it, this trotting colt looks like he's trending in the right direction. Leaving on the rail today. Hop on a Rocket, 4th lifetime start. Mike McGuigan aboard, 3-1.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the second race, number 2, It's All About the Fred, does wear the trotting half hobbles. Did qualify with the trotting half hobbles. And it's your final call to make your second race selections.
And there's a look at the 2. It's All About Fred. 2-year-old brown gelding by My MVP for Herman McQuaid, Corey Livingston, and Krista Dunsford. Adam Erner is the trainer and the driver. That qualifying line not showing. Was from Charlottetown, August the 21st. Left from post 2 and finished 2. Trotting in 2:09 and 1, 31 and 3 on the end of it. Adam Erner was in the bike. First lifetime start today for It's All About Fred with Adam Erner, 9-2. Let's have a quick peek at the odds board for the upcoming second race, since we gave out the information on 3 of them. The last one is the 3, Halmac Prime Time, Mark Campbell driving for Savage Stable, Brad Campbell of Stratford, Landon Campbell the breeder, Mark Campbell in the driver's seats. And right now they are at 9-1. Hop on a Rocket, Mike McGuigan at 5-1. It's All About Fred and Adam Erner also at 5-1. The 3, as I mentioned, at 8-1 now. And Little Lois with Corey McPherson at 1-9. That's a look at the 4 trotters in the afternoon second race. Lady Slipper Stake 2-year-old trotting colts. $14,600 on the line. Wow, they're all going to get a nice piece of this one. Good luck with your selections.
Going to have a delay in the start here in the second before Little Lewis has broken equipment. He'll return to the paddock to have that fixed. The Par Mutual windows are going to remain open and selling for any last-minute second race selections.
The afternoon second race has 4 trotters lining up behind the gate in the Lady Slipper Stake for 2-year-old trotting colts. $14,600 on the line. Upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Hop on a rocket. It's all about Fred. Halmac Prime Time. Little Lewis. Well, Chrissy from Woodstock, Ontario, she sits in the outside grandstand seats, and she knows that Grace is the leader of the pack, and Grace has got Bob and Mike in the best seat in the house here in Summerside to watch a horse race, and that's the announcer's booth. 2-year-old trotters post time and off stride. It's all about Fred. Into the turn they go. Little Lewis will lead it. Hop on a rocket now second. Third one to the turn. Halmac Prime Time. Then the trailer after the miscue. It's all about Fred. So the 2-year-old trotters race round the turn and off stride. In the 3 spot, Halmac Prime Time has jumped it off. So it'll be Little Lewis and Corey McPherson by 2 lengths en route to the opening quarter. Hop on a rocket races from second. Back down trotting third. Halmac Prime Time and back off stride. Fourth, it's all about Fred at the opening quarter mile. That is Little Lewis and Corey McPherson in complete command. 32 seconds flat was the front quarter mile. Racing from second is Hop on a Rocket. Back to third. Halmac Prime Time once again goes off stride. And the trailer, it's all about Fred, is fourth. Down the stretch they come in the opening half mile. Is the next station. Little Lewis has a winning streak of 3 here in Summerside today. Tracking second and sticking with that leader is Hop on a Rocket. Now third is Halmac Prime Time, and the trailer, it's all about Fred, the half in 103. And a 1/5. Around the turn they go, approaching on the 5/8. Little Lewis continuing to lead now by almost 3. Hop on a Rocket goes second. Halmac Prime Time third. It's all about Fred, the trailer fourth. The 3/4 comes next. Little Lewis expanding the lead here in the late going. Hop on a Rocket continues to race second. Halmac Prime Time third. It's all about Fred, the trailer fourth. 3/4 tripped in 1:33 and 3. Shade more than an 1/8 of a mile left to trot. Little Lewis looking mighty good to make it 4 in a row. Hop on a Rocket is second. Halmac Prime Time third. Fourth, it's all about Fred. Lady Slipper Stake for 2-year-old trotting colts and gulling. Little Lewis and Corey McPherson all the way. Hop on a Rocket will finish second. Halmac Prime Time will be third. 2:04 flat.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for the afternoon's second race. Lady Slipper Stake 2-year-old trotting colts, $14,600 on the line. Little Lewis, as expected, right down the road, 32, the half in 103 and 1, down to 3/4 in 133 and 1. Here is the stretch drive, and another ice-cold exactor here this afternoon, 2 for 2. That's pretty good to start the day. Little Lewis and Corey McPherson get it done here. Hop on a Rocket in there for second. Halmac Prime Time third. It's 4-1-3 unofficially in the afternoon's second race. We're going to see Little Lewis and Corey McPherson in the Woodmere Standardbreds Winner's Circle next.
Little Lewis makes it 4 consecutive victory, all stakes races, And he goes to the Woodmere Standard Bred Winner's Circle here in the second. Little Lewis trotting big gelding 2 by E.L. Rocket off the Armbro Barrister Dam. Go With Her. A homebred of the East Coast Captains of Cornwall, trained by Curry White, Corey McPherson, guiding him to victory and his 4th in a row. Time for the mile in 2:04. Little Lewis in the Lady Slipper Stake with the Winner's Circle Cooler presentation.
The management and staff at Red Shores want your experience to be fun and entertaining. That is why we offer information on how our games work, tips to keep your gambling fun, and available community resources. For more information, please speak to one of our PlayWise advisors or stop by the PlayWise Information Center.
Now the official results in the second. Hop on a Rocket was second. It's All About Fred fourth. Almac Primetime third. Little Lewis the race winner. 32, 103 and 1, 133 and 3, and the mile 2:04. From the top, your program reads 2-4-3-1. Little Lewis 210. The Exactor 320, Triactor 820, Superfecta was $1.45 in the early daily double, $5.90.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore Summerside. Sunday afternoon, stake day, 2 races in the books. Let's talk about the Graduate Series here at Summerside. K's Wholesale. Red Shores is pleased to host the Graduate Series in Summerside and Charlottetown. Eligible horses will compete in 2 legs during the series, and the top 8 money earners will advance to the Horses and Geldings final on August the 26th right here at Red Shore Summerside. Thank you to title sponsor Luke Beck and K's Wholesale for their continued support of harness racing here on Prince Edward Island. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 3rd race. Joe Bryan Memorial 2-year-old Colts Grassroots Division. There's a shot of the Atlantic Post calls Paddy Cam. I'm going 275 backstretch beat, and the classifier's choice is 257 in today's 3rd race in 6 minutes.
Third race, a division of the O'Brien on parades, and day is Crackerjack, number 1, owned by Hal Smith of Pownell, Ian Smith of Stratford, trained by Tom Weatherby. Brody McPhee drives. 2 is Disco Bay, owned by Nick Way Farms of St. David's, Newfoundland. Paul Langell trains and drives. Number 3, Daddy Boy, owned by Jackie Heffernan of Somerville, trained by Miles Heffernan Jr., Miles Sr. driving. 2 Or Die, number 4, owned by Little Pond Stable of Little Pond. Mike McGuigan trains and drives. 5 is Starship Sharky, owned by Claude Poirier, trained by Earl Watts, driven by Mark Campbell. Hamacade, number 6, owned by Sean Dickinson from Teeds Mills, New Brunswick. Robin Dickinson, the trainer. Adam Murder. Shanghai Whiskey is number 7, owned and trained by Wade Myers of Charlottetown today. David Dowling. 3 minutes. 2 post time. It's close at the top of the driver's standings in Summerside. Here's Rocky with those details.
Thank you, Vance. In the top driver standings here, David Dowling leads the way with 32 wins. Close is Corey McPherson with 30. Mark Campbell third. He's also close with 26. Kenny Murphy's right there with 24. And then Paul Angel has 22 wins. Adam Murner has 21. Those are the top drivers here at Red Shore Summerside 2025. Don't forget to get your 50-50 draw tickets. Lynn is up here right now in the oval. First call for 50-50. Let's head out to the track for the afternoon's third race. Joe O'Brien Memorial 2-year-old Colts Grassroots. $14,400 on the line. Landing on the 2, Disco Bay. 2-year-old Bay Colt by Cattle Wash for Nick Way Farms of St. David's, Newfoundland. They're also the breeders. Paul Ansel, the trainer and the driver. Nice start on August the 16th at Charlottetown. Left on the rail. Was a winner by a nose in 1:58 flat. Second lifetime start. 29-1 on the end of it for Paul Angel. Making his third lifetime start today, Disco Bay with Paul Angel from post 2. Your current choice at 1-2. There's a peek at the 7, Shanghai Whiskey. 2-year-old Brown Colt by Shanghai Phil for Wade Myers of Charlottetown, who's also the breeder and the trainer. David Dowling in the seat today. Started Old Home Week in the Atlantic Sire Stakes B Division on the 14th of August. From post 6, finished 5th, 1:59.4, 30 seconds flat on the end of it for Wade Myers. Charlottetown August the 2nd, left from 2, was a winner by a neck. 2:01.1, 29 seconds flat on the end of it for Wade Myers. That was a maiden record. Shanghai Whiskey, post 7 on the outside today with our leading driver, David Dowling, 10-1. And there's a look at the 5, Starship Sharky, 2-year-old Bay Colt by Somewhere Fancy for Claude Poirier of Hail from Maison, Quebec. Earl Watts is the trainer. Mark Campbell will do the driving. Claude Poirier also the breeder. Started Old Home Week on August the 14th. Left from post 2. Finished third. Just beat a length and 3/4. 1:58.3. 29-3 on the end of it. Third lifetime start today. Mark Campbell was in the bike for that one. He's in the bike today on the 5, Starship Sharky at 5-2. Let's have a look at the odds board for the afternoon's third race. Joe O'Brien Memorial Stake, 2-year-old colts in the grassroots division. Zendaya's Crackerjack leaving on the rail with Brody McPhee at 20-1. Disco Bay and Paul Angela 2-5. Daddy Boy is 3 with Miles Heffernan Sr. on your screen right now, 63-1. Do or Die is 4 for Mike McGuigan at 12-1. Starship Sharky 5 with Mark Campbell at 5-2. How Matt Cade is 6 with Adam Murner at 33-1. And the 7 Shanghai Whiskey with David Dowling at 7-2. That's a look at the field for this afternoon's third race. Good luck with your selections. Countdown clock is in for the afternoon's third race. Joe O'Brien Memorial 2-year-old colts grassroots division for $14,400. 7 of them. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Zendaya's Crackerjack, Disco Bay, Daddy Boy, Do or Die, Starship Sharky, How Mac Cade, Shanghai Whiskey on the outside. Third race on the gate. Top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing Daddy Boy leaves out alongside Starship Sharky up the rail third. Zendaya's Crackerjack from the outside coming fourth. That is Shanghai Whiskey. Dropping in fifth, How Mac Cade. 6-1 is Disco Bay. And the early trailer, Do or Die. The quarter pole bound Daddy Boy and Miles Heffernan Sr. the leader. Second is Starship Sharky. Racing from third is Shanghai Whiskey. Then the fourth one is Zendaya's Crackerjack. Racing from fifth, How Mac Cade. Then Disco Bay is 6. And the trailer, that's Do or Die 7. Straight alignment by the quarter of 30 and 1. On the point, Daddy Boy cuts this one out. That is Starship Sharky second. Third is Shanghai Whiskey. Then fourth, Zendaya's Crackerjack. The 1-9 favorites on the move. Fifth, Disco Bay underway. Sixth up the rail is How Mac Cade. And on the outside, seventh, that's Do or Die. They arrive at the half mile and they're led there by Daddy Boy. Getting the 2-hole ride is Starship Sharky. Third up the rail, that is Shanghai Whiskey. Disco Bay now gets fourth, the half in 1:01 and 3. They got a second quarter breather in here at the 5/8 pole. Daddy Boy the leader. On the outside, here's Starship Sharky second. Third up the rail is Shanghai Whiskey. Fourth on the outside, that is Disco Bay. Bay racing from 5th. That's Zendaya's Cracker Jack. Then the 6th one, Hamacade and the trailer. Do or Die, 3/4 up in 130 and 4. They went 29 and change in the 3rd with an 8th left to go. Daddy Boy, wow, he's the longest shot on the board, and he's still there turning home. It's on the outside is Starship Sharky. Way wide, Disco Bay 3rd. Up the rail 4th, Shanghai Whiskey on the wire next. Here's Disco Bay on the outside and Langell in the O'Brien. And the time for the mile in 2 minutes 2/5.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for the afternoon's 3rd race. And we saw Miles Heffernan Sr. go to the front with Daddy Boy, 30 and 1, the half in 101 and 3, down to 3/4 in 130 and 4. Here's the stretch drive. You can't see Disco Bay's the farthest one out. Our top selection in here. He's going to reach up to win in 2 minutes 2/5, just his 3rd lifetime start, 2nd win. Close on the line for 2nd and 3rd. It's not posted yet. Do I got the streak going here with the exactors this afternoon? I don't know, but I do have the winner, Disco Bay and Paul Angel in 2 minutes and 2/5. Still not posted. It's close here in the 3rd race for 2nd and 3rd. But Disco Bay and Paul Angel, they're going to the Woodmere Standardbridge Winner's Circle next.
Disco Bay on his way to the Woodmere Standardbridge Winner's Circle from the 3rd. Bay Pacing Coal 2 by Cattle Wash off the Always Be Mickey Dam, Lucy Hanover. A homebred of the Nick Way Farms of St. David's, Newfoundland, trained and driven to victory by Paul Angel. The time for the mile in 2 minutes and 2/5. Disco Bay in the Joe O'Brien Memorial Stakes at Summerside with the Winner's Circle Cooler presentation.
This race replay on Channel 2 on your in-house monitor is brought to you by Syntrack Print and Graphic Inc. Mention this ad and receive $20 off your first order of 500 or more full-color business cards. Syntrack, 59 Watts Avenue in the Business Park.
Now the official results from the third race, Zendaya's Crackerjack was 6, Disco Bay the winner, Daddy Boy 4th, Do or Die was 7th, Starship Sharky finished 2nd, Hamac Cade was 5th, Shanghai Whiskey 3rd, the fractions of 30 and 1, 101 and 3, 130 and 4, and the mile was 2 minutes and 2/5. In review, 614-7253. Disco Bay paid 220. The Exactor 370, Triactor 630, and the Superfactor was 366.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore Summerside, Sunday afternoon. 3 races in the books, all stakes all day today. Let's talk about HPI Bet. Get points on all Woodbine racing. Red Shores is proud to present HPI PEI players an exciting new offer for 2025. When you wager on Woodbine Standardbred and Thoroughbred, customers can earn valuable HPI Bet points. Sign up for free at hpibet.com to take advantage of member offers and privileges today. Play the horses with HPI Bet and Red Shores. There's a look at the Atlantic Post Calls Paddock Cam. This afternoon's 4th race is the Lady Slipper Stake for 2-year-old trotting colts for $14,600. And there's our selections on the screen. I'm going with a 4-3-1. Backstretch B going 3-4-1. Classifiers choices 4-3-2 in the 4th race in 6 minutes. And there's a look at the very close place photo from the afternoon's 3rd race. You're seeing the 5 Starship Sharky just nipping Shanghai Whiskey on the line. You see the 3 Daddy Boy in the middle. Great photo by the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission.
Two-year-old trotting colts and geldings in the Lady Slipper on the 4th race parade. Mr. Old Home Week number 1, owned by Gary McDonald, Dundas, Ontario. Ronnie Gass and Tyson McDonald, trained by Lenny Myers. Ryan DeRoche drives. Call of Honor number 2, owned by Lauren Larkin of Mount Herbert. Joey Pino trains and drives. 3 is Big Rig, owned by Jamie Whelan and Owen McGuigan. Mike McGuigan trains and drives. 4 is West River Corona, owned by Haley McDonald of Stratford, trained by Claire McDonald. Kenny McDonald aboard. Nick Way rocks it, number 5, owned and trained by Miles Heffernan Jr. of Somerville. Miles Seniors in the sulky. Final call to wager here on the 4th race. Just a friendly reminder for customers, Red Shores Super High Five comes up on a race 5 and 15 today.
Let's head out to the track for the afternoon's 4th race. Lady Slipper Stake, 2-year-old trotting colts for $14,600. Landing on the 4. West River Karuna, 2-year-old bay gelding by Legion of Honor for Haley McDonald of Stratford. Her mother Claire is the breeder and the trainer, and her father Kenny McDonald will do the driving. Last start at Charlottetown, August the 13th. Atlantic Sire Stakes left from post 3. Finished second, just beat by half a length, trotting a mile in 2:04 flat. 29 and 3 on the end of it for Kenny McDonald. Look 3 down to Inverness. Atlantic Sire Stakes on July 27th. Left from 2 was a winner by a length and 3/4 in 2:04 and 3. 29 and 2 on the end of it. And in the Atlantic Sire Stakes in Truro on July the 8th, first lifetime start. Left from 4 was a winner in 2:03 and 1. 30 and 1 on the end of it. That's the record for West River Karuna from post 4 with Kenny McDonald. Your current choice at 1-2. And there we see the 3, Big Rig. 2-year-old brown gelding by E.L. Rocket for Jamie Whalen Jr. and Owen McGuigan. Mike McGuigan is the trainer and the driver. Charlottetown Atlantic Sire Stakes, August the 13th. From post 2 was a winner by half a length in 2:04 flat. 30 and 1 on the end of it, beating West River Karuna in that one. That was a maiden record for Big Rig. Post 3 today with Mike McGuigan, 7-2. And there's a look at the rail sitter, Mr. Old Home Week, named after his part owner, Gary McDonald. Ronnie Gass and Tyson McDonald are also the owners. Lenny Myers is the trainer. Ryan DeRoche in the bike today. Charlottetown, August the 13th. Left on the rail, finished 4th, 2:04 and 2, 30 seconds flat. On the end of it, still looking for that maiden win. Could be today. Mr. Old Home Week with Ryan DeRoche, 5-2. Let's have a look at the odds board for the afternoon's 4th race. Lady Slipper Stake, 2-year-old trotting colts with Mr. Old Home Week and Ryan DeRoche now at 3-1. Call of Honor 2 with Joey Pino at 11-1. The 3, Big Rig and Mike McGuigan at 7-2. West River Karuna 4 with Kenny McDonald at 1-4. And the 5, Nick Way rocks it with Miles Heffernan Sr. in the bike at 22-1. That's the field for the afternoon's 4th race. Good luck with your selections. And there's a line to be announced on the 5. Nick Way rocks it. Charlottetown qualifier August 21st. Left on the rail. A winner by 3. 2:08 and 3. 31 and 4 on the end of it for Miles Heffernan Sr. Countdown clock is in for the afternoon's fourth race. Lady Slipper Stake, 2-year-old trotting colts. $14,600 on the line, Vance. There's 5 of them across the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Up to you for the call.
And Rockets, the second division of the trotting colts on this Sunday afternoon at historic Summerside. Mr. Old Home Week, Call of Honor, Big Rig, West River, Corona, Nickway rocks it. Top of the stretch. Ready for a start. Off stride goes the 5. Nickway rocks it. There they go. Off end trotting, and Big Rig will lead them out. In at the rail, Mr. Old Home Week is second. The third one between horses, that's Call of Honor. Then West River Corona fourth. And back down trotting the trailer, Nickway rocks it fifth. Up the backstretch towards the quarter mile, Big Rig and Mike McGuigan by 2. Second is Mr. Old Home Week. Then in third, Call of Honor. Fourth, West River Corona. And the trailer fifth. Nickway rocks it on past the first quarter mile. Now with 3-length advantage for Big Rig off a quarter of 30, and 4 off stride on the front end. Big Rig has self-destructed here while leading. At the 3/8, now inheriting the top spot is Mr. Old Home Week and Orion Daraj. Call of Honor is second. West River Corona third. Nickway rocks it fourth. Big Rig is back down trotting on the outside fifth. They're halfway home in the Lady Slipper, now led by Mr. Old Home Week. On the outside, West River Corona second. In the pocket third, that's Call of Honor. Fourth on the outside is Big Rig. Nickway rocks it fifth, the half in 102. And a 1/5, and Big Rig once again has jumped it off. To the backstretch they go to 3/4, led by Mr. Old Home Week. West River Corona on the outside, just a neck away. Call of Honor is there third. Nickway rocks it has fourth, and Big Rig the trailer, bridle to bridle, stride for stride. In up the rail, Mr. Old Home Week maintaining the lead in 1:32 and 1. 30 seconds flat in the third. Grinding away on the outside is West River Corona. Fourth is Call of Honor. Nickway rocks it fifth, and Big Rig sixth. Down the stretch they come. West River Corona takes over late for Kenny McDonald. Mr. Old Home Week, Call of Honor. West River Corona in the Lady Slipper. Second, that'll go to Mr. Old Home Week. Call of Honor will finish third. 2-0, 2 and 3.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for the afternoon's fourth race. Big Rig and Mike McGuigan took them off the wings and took them to the quarter in 30 and 4. Going to the 3/8, went off stride, and that Mr. Old Home Week inherited the lead, the half in 102 and 1, down to 3/4 in 132 and 1. That's when West River Corona and Mr. Old Home Week were in a battle. They're in a battle here, but West River Corona is going to win for the third time in just 6 lifetime starts. Kenny McDonald maintains that great driving average here, and their winner in 2-0, 2 and 3 here this afternoon, a new race win record. In for second is Mr. Old Home Week with Call of Honor third, so it's 4-1-2 unofficially. In the fourth, we're going to see West River Corona and Kenny McDonald in the Woodmere Standardbridge Winner's Circle next.
West River Corona on his way to the Woodmere Standardbreds Winners Circle in today's fourth race. Trotting Bay Gelding, he's Tuba Legion of Honor off the Broadway Hall Dam, Panicotta, Hanover. Owned by Haley McDonald of Stratford. Claire McDonald is the breeder and the trainer. Kenny McDonald in the driver's seat to guide him to victory, and a new record today of 2:02 and 3. West River Corona in the division of the Lady Slipper Stake at Summerside with the Winner's Circle Cooler presentation.
This race replay is brought to you by the new 1888 Lounge at Red Shores. The 1888 Lounge is perfect for your corporate meetings, parties, or presentations. Contact Rebecca in our Sales and Events Division for more information on the new 1888 Lounge upper level at Red Shores.
Here's the official results from the fourth race. Mr. Old Home Week was second. Call of Honor third. Big Rig finished fifth. West River Corona the race winner. Nick Way Rocks It was fourth. They went 30-4, 102-1, 132-1, and the mile 202-3. From the top, your program reads 23514. West River Corona paid $250. The exactor $670, triactor $1560, and the superfecta was $513.
Tag your ticket with the Wild Horses, an exclusive play for on-track customers. You can tag your ticket for a chance to win a jackpot of $25. For customer convenience, you can now collect your jackpot winnings right from our sellers. It's offered on every race. The Wild Horses tag is an instant pick ticket for on-track customers only. Ask your seller to tag your ticket with the Wild Horses. And there's a shot of the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam for the upcoming fifth race. Vance and I will be along with the Vance cam presented by Results Advertising and Marketing. I like 487 in here. Backstretch beat going 415. Classifier's choices 8, 4, and 5 in today's fifth race. A Lady Slipper Stake 2-year-old fillies grassroots division in 6 minutes.
Lady Slipper Stake, 2-year-old facing fillies on the 5th parade. He gave Money Maker number 1, owned by Saul Lanigan, Chris Farrell, and Mark Lanigan. Saul does the training. David Dowling drives. Tobin's Cover Girl 2 is owned by Corey Livingston and Max Seal. Adam Murner training and driving. Could Have Been a Lady, number 3, owned by Debbie Francis, Fonzie McCachran, Wayne McRae, and Karen Williams of Nova Scotia, trained and driven by Paul Angel. 4, Hatchling, owned by Michael Goldberg of Toronto, Ontario, and Shirley Signs of Spring Hill, Nova Scotia, trained by Landon Campbell, Mark Campbell up. 5, Mysterious Ways, owned by John and Anna Grace Quinn of Charlottetown, trained by Stephen Quinn. Jason Hughes drives. Redland Rain, number 6, owned by Windermere Farms, Clive Balderson, R&B Stables, and Don McNeil Jr., trained by Earl Watts, Corey McPherson. Can't Catch Pepper is 7, owned by Doug McPhee of New Haven, trained by Tom Weatherby, Joe Barrio. 8 is Magnificent Rose, owned by Rebecca May Horton, Jesse Brewer, Blair McLaughlin, and Jeff Lilly, trained by Joe Baxter, Kenny Murphy. 3 minutes to post time, and Rocky, you and I come up with our selections in the first Super High 5 on this Super Stakes Sunday in Summerside, and we thank Results Marketing and Advertising and their continued presentation of the Vance Cam. I went to the 4, Hatchling. Right now, the favorite on that infield tote board at 6-5. I went to the 1, EA Moneymaker. Rock, this filly can absolutely fly if she stays pacing, and there's where the trouble lies. At a morning line of 12-1 right now, she is at 680 on the board and 2-1. If she puts it all together, she can get the job done. Going to go to the far outside, Magnificent Rose for 3rd. I'll use the 5, Mysterious Way 4th, and then Can't Catch Pepper to close out the Super High 5. Mine is 41857. Rocky, your choices.
Well, we get the same numbers and the same horse on top here, Hatchling, for the same reasons. 158 flat in his latest. For second, I'm going to the far outside with Magnificent Rose and a nice win in her latest B stake at Charlottetown, 158-1 from post 4. Then I'm going to go to the 7, Can't Catch Pepper. Jill Barrio shows a nice mile in 157-3, 2 back. Then I'm going to go to the 5, Mysterious Ways with Jason Hughes. Close it out with the 1, EA Moneymaker. Like you mentioned, Vance does make some breaks, and if this filly puts it all together, could get it all in here. But I'm going to go 48751. Vance going 41857. Same numbers. Get in the Super High 5 here in race 5. Let's have a look at the odds board for the upcoming 5th race. 2-year-old fillies in the Grassroots Lady Slipper Stake for $16,400. With EA Moneymaker and David Dowling on the rail. Your current choice now at 4-5. Tobin's Cover Girl 2 with Adam Murner at 30-1. 3 is Could Have Been a Lady with Paul Angel at 24-1. Hatchling is the 4 with Mark Campbell at 2-1. Mysterious Ways 5 with Jason Hughes at 13-1. Redland Rain is 6 and Corey McPherson at 12-1. The 7, Can't Catch Pepper with Jill Barrio at 16-1. And to round out the field on the far outside is the 8, Magnificent Rose with Kenny Murphy at 7-2. That's a look at the field in the afternoon's 5th race. Super High 5 time. Good luck with your selections. I have a couple of birthday shout-outs this afternoon. First off to Harry Robley. Happy birthday. Harry campaigned many horses here over the years, including Metastar, the great horse, Kier, Trail Boss, the mare Hobby Box, Tryon Seal, RE's Bobby, just to think of a few. So happy birthday, Harry, from all of us here at Red Shores. And Tuesday night coming, Bernie Gallant's going to celebrate a birthday, but I won't be here on Tuesday to announce it for Bernie. But happy birthday, Tuesday coming to Bernie. I know he gets out and visits Harry quite a bit. I'll have to take a run out to visit Harry myself someday out and try on. Happy birthday to both of you guys from all of us here at Red Shores. And the countdown clock is in for the afternoon's fifth race, Field of 8, Lady Slipper Stake, 2-year-old fillies in the Grassroots division. They're behind the Metro Home Building Center, starting 8, starter Justin DeRoche, driver Scotty McKendrick, upstairs to Vance Cameron.
EA Moneymaker, Tobin's Cover Girl, Could Have Been a Lady, Hatchling, Mysterious Ways, a Redland Rain, Can't Catch Pepper, Magnificent Rose. 8 of them here in the 5th. Division of the Lady Slipper, top of the stretch. Here they come. Right now, the longest shot in the morning line is the post-time favorite. The rough and pacing Hatchling gets the first call towards the rail. Tobin's Cover Girl is second. From the outside, Redland Rain third. To get away fourth is EA Moneymaker. Magnificent Rose comes fifth on the outside. To get away sixth, Could Have Been a Lady. On the outside is Can't Catch Pepper seventh. And the trailer Mysterious Ways. On the backstretch, Hatchling and Mark Campbell by 2. On the outside, Magnificent Rose is now second. Third at the rail, Tobin's Cover Girl. Racing from fourth is Redland Rain. Back into fifth is EA Moneymaker. Could Have Been a Lady 6. Followed by Can't Catch Pepper and Mysterious Ways 29. And 3 was the quarter. Hatchling and Campbell come off the paddock turn to lead them towards the half mile. Magnificent Rose made the early move and dropped in second. Then racing third, Tobin's Cover Girl. On the move fourth, that's EA Moneymaker. Fifth on the cones is Redland Rain. Moving up 6. Can't Catch Pepper. To the outside 7th, Could Have Been a Lady. And the trailer, Mysterious Ways 59. And 4 was the half mile. That's Hatchling the leader. Company comes to call. EA Moneymaker up and at her on the outside. Racing from third, Magnificent Rose. On the move fourth. Here comes Can't Catch Pepper to take fourth. Fifth is Tobin's Cover Girl. They're at the 3/4. Hatchling battles back for Campbell to retake. On the outside, it's EA Moneymaker. Magnificent Rose at the rail third. Fourth, that's Tobin's Cover Girl. The 3/4 in 1:29 and 1/8 of a mile out. Hatchling turning home. Magnificent Rose second. Up the inside, Tobin's Cover Girl gets third. EA Moneymaker fourth. Deep stretch now in the Lady Slipper Stake. That is Hatchling and Mark Campbell. Magnificent Rose was second. EA Moneymaker came back on for third. And the time for the mile, 1:58.30.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for the afternoon's 5th race. And we saw Hatchling and Mark Campbell go all the way. 29 and 3, the half, and 59 and 4, 3/4, 129 and 1. Here is the stretch drive. Hatchling is going to get her second lifetime win from just 4 tries in her lifetime. Mark Campbell in the bike gets the winning drive here this afternoon. Magnificent Rose in there for second with EA Moneymaker third. So we have 4-8-1 unofficially in today's 5th race. Lady Slipper Stake, 2-year-old fillies, Grassroots division. Hatchling and Mark Campbell, they're going to the Woodmere Standardbreds winner circle next.
There's Hatchling finding her way to the winner's circle here in race 5. Big facing filly 2 by Shadow Play from the Rock and Roll Dance Dam. Makodra, owned by Michael Goldberg of Toronto, Ontario, and Shirley Signs at Spring Hill, Nova Scotia. Bred by Michael Goldberg, trained by Landon Campbell, and Mark Campbell drives her to victory in 1:58 and 3. Hatchling in the Lady Slipper, and down in the winner's circle, the Cooler Presentation.
This race replay is brought to you by Symes Horse Transport. Based in Nova Scotia and with over 20 years of experience, Chucky Symes would welcome the opportunity to transport your horses when you need them moved. Operating 2 rigs, Symes Horse Transport offers safe, feasible, and timely trucking in Canada and the U.S. Symes Horse Transport is a commercially covered horse carrier. They also buy and sell horses. To book a stall and to get a quote, call or text 902-664-7086 or email st.symes@gmail.com. Good luck racing.
Now the official results from race 5, EA Moneymaker 3rd, Tobin's Cover Girl 5th, Could Have Been a Lady 7th, Hatchling the race winner, Mysterious Ways 6th, Redland Rain 4th, Can't Catch Pepper was 8th, Magnificent Rose finished 2nd and had broken equipment. They went 29 and 3, 59 and 4, 129 and 1, and the mile in 158 and 3. In review, 357, 164, 82. Hatchling paid $360. The exactor $29, triactor $54.20, and the super high 5 returning $433.29.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore Summerside on a Sunday afternoon. That's all stakes this afternoon. Let's talk about the Island Oceans Trot Series. Red Shores is pleased to present the 2025 Island Ocean Trot Series. The first 3 legs of the series will go for a purse of $6,500 each, followed by the final on Sunday, October the 12th for a purse of $15,000. Thank you to title sponsor Berkey by the Bay Stables for their continued support of harness racing here on Prince Edward Island. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the race number 6. There's the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam as the horses make their way out onto the track. I'm going with a 2-3-1 in here. Backstretch beat legs 2-3-5, and the classifier's choice is 3-2-1 in the 6th race. Lady Slipper Stake for 3-year-old trotting fillies for $20,240. No show wagering. 6th race, 5 minutes. And some equipment changes in the 6th race. Number 1, Dibs on the Captain, removes knee boots, overcheck and Italian sideline bit. Adds a regular snaffle bit and a 2-bit martingale. Number 4, Magi Mystery, removes a head pole and adds a choke plate and cheek rolls.
Three-year-old trotting fillies in the Lady Slipper on race 6 parade. Dibs on the Captain 1. Owned and trained by Blaine White of South Panett. Corey McPherson drives. 2 is Ocean View Nicky, owned by Blue Diamond Racing, Josh McDonald and Gordon Coles. Mike McGuigan trains and drives. Number 3, Supreme Rocket, owned by Jamie Whalen of Vernon Bridge, trained by Mike McGuigan, Gilles Barriol. Magi Mystery 4, Jim Ripley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, owns, trains, and drives. 5 is Dusty Lane Kahlua, owned by Gary McDonald of Dundas, Ontario, and Ronnie Gags of Cornwall, trained by Lenny Myers, Ryan DeRage above the wheels. 4 minutes to post time. Rocky is back with the top contenders, but first a message from HPI Bet and the new HPI Bet app.
Feel the thrill of the track, anytime, anywhere. Download the new HPI Bet app, and you're just minutes away from live racing action, including local tracks and across the globe. Simply download the new HPI Bet app from the App Store to gain access to AI-assisted smart picks, in-depth racing info, rewards, and more. Just follow these simple steps. 1. Download the app. 2. Fill out your info. 3. Start betting with the app. Enjoy fast, secure betting at your fingertips wherever you are. Get the new app from the App Store and bring the track with you.
Let's head out to the track for the afternoon 6th race. Lady Slipper Stake 3-year-old trotting fillies for $20,240. I'm landing on the 2, Ocean View Nicky, 3-year-old bay filly by E.L. Rocket for Blue Diamond Racing, Josh McDonald and Gordon Coles. Michael McGuigan is the trainer and the driver. Comes into this one on a 2-race winning streak. The last one at Charlottetown Old Home Week, August the 13th. Left from post 2. Wire-to-wire winner in 2 minutes and 2/5. Closing it out in 29-3 for Mike McGuigan. The start before that was over in Inverness, Nova Scotia. July the 27th, Atlantic Sire Stakes for almost $20,000. Left from post 5 was a winner by 3/4 of a length in 2 minutes 3/5. 29-2. On the end of it, Ocean View Nicky from post 2 today with Mike McGuigan, 4-5.
Ladies and gentlemen, since our last program here in Summerside, harness racing has lost a very important person to our industry with the passing of the Honorable Gail Shea, both a provincial and federal cabinet minister. She was instrumental in developing and supporting the harness racing industry in PEI, especially here in Summerside, and was one of our biggest fans. Without Gail Shea, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure harness racing would have been lost here in Prince County. She was responsible for the building of the grandstand and the 3 magnificent barns located on the backstretch. Ladies and gentlemen, could you please rise for a moment of silence for the late Honorable Gail Shea. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
And there we get a peek at the 3 Supreme Rocket, 3-year-old Bay Filly by E.L. Rocket. For Jamie Whalen Jr. of Vernon Bridge with Mike McGuigan training and Jill Barrio in the driver's seat. Look down 3 starts to August the 7th at Charlottetown. Left from post 2 was a winner by 3 1/4 in 1:58 and 2. New race win record. 29 seconds flat on the end of it. Jill Barrio was in the bike. And then you look down to that line right here in Summerside. July 15th, Governor's Plate Week, PEI Colt Stakes for $19,000. Left on the rail, a winner by a neck, 1:58 and 3. Jill Barrio was in the bike for that one as well. He's in the bike today of the 3. Supreme Rocket, right now your current choice at 3 to 5. And there's a peek at the rail sitter. Dibs on the captain, taking a stroll in the center field. 3-year-old Bay Filly by Mile Hill Willie from Blaine White of South Panett, who's also the breeder and the trainer. Corey McPherson will do the driving, looking for his second win today. Last start in Charlottetown Old Home Week, August 13th, left from post 4. Made a break, finished 5th, 2:02 and 1, 30 and 1 on the end of it. Start before that, August the 7th at Charlottetown from post 2, could interfere with leaving. Was a winner by a quarter of a length in 2:01 and 1, 30 and 4 on the end of it. That was a new race. That was a maiden record for Dibs on the Captain, who's on the rail today with Corey McPherson. Good odds, 8 to 1. Countdown clock is in for the afternoon 6th race, Lady Slipper Stake. 3-year-old trotting fillies for $20,240. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Dibs on the captain. Ocean View Nicky, Supreme Rocket. Magian Mystery and Dusty Lane Kahlua. 3-year-old trotting fillies in the Lady Slipper Stake Race 6. Top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. The off and trotting Supreme Rocket from the middle. At the rail, dibs on the captain. Wee wide Dusty Lane Kahlua crosses over as they race round the turn and approach the off stride on the lead. Supreme Rocket has jumped it off early. Inheriting the top spot is Dusty Lane Kahlua for Ryan Daraj. Ocean View Nikki is going to trot up and after her. Third up the rail, dibs on the captain. Fourth, Magian Mystery. And on the run in the backfield, Supreme Rocket by the quarter mile, and Ocean View Nikki cleared for Mike McGuigan by 2:29 and 4 the quarter mile. Dusty Lane Kahlua is second, dibs on the captain third, with the leaders fourth, Magian Mystery, and at the back, Supreme Rocket. Down the stretch they come, arriving at the midway point next, led by Ocean View Nikki. She gets them halfway home. Second is Dusty Lane Kahlua trotting from third, dibs on the captain. Fourth, that's Magian Mystery, and the trailer, Supreme Rocket, the half mile, 60 seconds flat. They're trotting next to the 5H, led by Ocean View Nikki. Two-hole ride, Dusty Lane Kahlua, dibs on the captain third, Magian Mystery fourth, and Supreme Rocket fifth. The three-quarters comes next. It's a two-length lead for Ocean View Nikki now in the late going. Second is Dusty Lane Kahlua on the outside, dibs on the captain third, Magian Mystery fourth, 1:30 and 1 down at three-quarters. Ocean View Nikki trotting away from them now, clear by 5. Second is Dusty Lane Kahlua, dibs on the captain third, Magian Mystery fourth. On the wire next, it's a going away win for Ocean View Nikki in the Lady Slipper Stake for Mike McGuigan. Second, Dusty Lane Kahlua, dibs on the captain, held third. 2 minutes flat.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for the afternoon sixth race. Lady Slipper Stake, 3-year-old trotting fillies for $20,240. Ocean View Nikki drives up past the quarter in 29 and 4 to get to the top. A minute at the half. 1:30 and 1 to three-quarters. Here's a great shot by Universal Media with the slow-mo. Mike McGuigan winning with Ocean View Nikki. Now 3 wins in a row, 4 on the season, 8 career. She going to the winner's circle with Mike McGuigan. Next.
Judge's inquiry involves the conduct of race number 6 in the first turn after the start for a possible pylon violation. Racing officials will parade number 2, Ocean View Nikki, as the 6th race winner. Ocean View Nikki on her way to the Woodmere Standardbreds winner's circle here in today's 6th race. Trotting Bay Filly 3 by E.L. Rocket from the King Kong Ranger Dam. King Kong Kate, owned by Blue Diamond Racing and Josh McDonald and Gordon Cole, spread by Bill Rollison of Belfast, trained and driven by Mike McGuigan. The miles in 2 minutes flat. That's Ocean View Nikki in the Lady Slipper Stake for 3-year-old trotting fillies at Summerside with the Winner's Circle cooler presentation.
This race replay is brought to you by All Star Cresting, specializing in embroidery, screen print, promotional products, and on-site cresting featuring the newest technology, and one of the largest embroidery and screen printing departments in Atlantic Canada. For all your clothing and merchandise needs, email sales@allstarcresting.ca. At All Star Cresting, we got you covered.
Ladies and gentlemen, here's the results of the sixth race judges' inquiry. Racing officials deemed that number 1, Dibs on the Captain, was forced inside several pylons into the first turn. However, the one was forced inside of those pylons by number 4, Magian Mystery. With number 1 finishing ahead of number 4, there's no placings required. Now the official results in race 6, Dibs on the Captain 3rd, Ocean View Nicky the race winner. Supreme Rocket was 5th, Magian Mystery 4th. Dusty Lane Kahlua finished 2nd. They went 29 and 4, 1 minute. 1:30 and 1, and the mile trotted in 2 minutes flat. In review, 3:15.42. Ocean View Nicky paid $4.70. The exactor was $83.20. The triactor $458.70, and the superfecta $39.57. Two-year-old pacing Colson the O'Brien for the 7th race parade. Dunsand Sticks, number 1, owned by Atlantic Harness Racing, and Noah Oakes of Warren Grove, trained by Nick Oakes, Norris Rogers. Streak Antonio 2, owned by Raymond Primo, trained by Ron Matheson, Gilles Barrio drives. 3 is Eagle's Claw, owned and trained by Carson Wilkie of Stratford, Corey McPherson up. 4, Gotham Knight, owned by Won't Back Down, stable of North River, Nova Scotia, trained by Gardner McCollum, Claire McDonald drives. I'll Walk the Line, number 5, owned by Next Generation, stable of Stratford, trained by Tom Weatherby, Brody McPhee. Den of Thieves, number 6, owned by Krista Murphy, Herman McQuaid, and Brittany Watts, trained and driven by Adam Murder. Over When It's Over, number 7, owned by Robbie and Simon Hughes of Stratford, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes in the sulky. 5 minutes to post time. National Caretaker Appreciation Day is set for Monday, September 1st, here at Red Shores Summerside, and Saturday, September 6th, at Red Shores Charlottetown.
Let's head out to the track for the afternoon 7th race. Joe O'Brien Memorial 2-year-old Colts Grassroots Division for $14,400. I'm landing on the 2 and a hunch in here. That's Streak Antonio, 2-year-old Bay Gelding by Blood Money for Raymond Prévost of Havre Maison, Quebec. Ronnie Matheson is the trainer and Jill Berriot in the driver's seat. Last start at Charlottetown, August 14th at the Atlantic Sire Stakes B event. Left from 6 and finished second, just beat length. Race time 1:58 and 2, 29 and 4 in the end of it. The start before that at Charlottetown on August the 2nd. Left from 2 and finished second, just beat a length and a half. Race time 1:58 flat, 29 seconds flat. Last quarter, Streak Antonio from post 2 with Jill Berriot, 5-2. And there's a peek at the 6, Den of Thieves, 2-year-old Black Colt by Malicious for Krista Murphy, Herman McQuaid, and Brittany Watts. Adam Murner is the trainer and the driver. Last start, Atlantic Sire Stakes A event, Old Home Week, August the 14th. Left from post 6 and finished 4th. Just beat by 3/4 of a length. Race time 1:57 and 4, 29 and 2. On the end of it for Adam Murner. Look at that start at Charlottetown, August the 8th. Left from post 8 was a winner by 2.5 in 1:57 and 2. New race win record, 29 and 1 on the end of it for Adam Murner. Den of Thieves, Adam Murner aboard, 1-9. Last call, 50-50. Brenda's up here right now in the oval. This is your last call, 50-50. And don't forget to get your Prince County Horsemen's Club memberships. They're due by August 31st in order to be qualified for the awards banquet. You can get your 50-50 memberships at the Win Place or Show Canteen, also at the souvenir booth located on the north end of the grandstand. And there we get a peek at the 4, Gotham Knight. 2-year-old Bay Colt by Sunshine Beach for Won't Back Down, stable of North River, Nova Scotia. Gardner McCollum is the trainer with Mary Claire McDonald in the bike. Started at Truro on August the 8th from the rail. Wire-to-wire winner by 5 lengths in 2 minutes and 3/5. Keith Legg was in the bike. Third lifetime start today for Gotham Knight with Mary Claire McDonald aboard. Good odds, 16-1. Let's have a look at the odds board for today's 7th race. A field of 7. Joe O'Brien Memorial 2-year-old Colts in the Grassroots Division. Dunsand Sticks on your screen right now with Norris Rogers at 39-1. Streak Antonio and Jill Berriot at 5-1. Eagles Claws 3 with Corey McPherson at 41-1. The 4, Gotham Knight with Mary Claire McDonald at 17-1. 5 is I'll Walk the Line with Brody McPhee at 49-1. Den of Thieves 6 and Adam Murner at 1-9. And the 7 is Over When It's Over with Jason Hughes at 20-1. That's a look at the field for the afternoon 7th race. Joe O'Brien Memorial 2-year-old Colts Grassroots Division for $14,400. Good luck with your selections. The afternoon 7th race has a field of 7. Lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center, starting age Joe O'Brien Memorial 2-year-old Colts Grassroots Division. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Dunsand Sticks, Streak Antonio, Eagles Claw, Gotham Knight. I'll walk the line, Den of Thieves, and over when it's over. It's the O'Brien. It's the 7th race. Top of the stretch. Ready for a start. The rough and pacing with a host of levers in here. Streak Antonio, the first one out. From the outside, that's Gotham Knight on the rail. Dunsand Sticks, then up between the horses is Eagles Claw. Driving up fifth on the outside is Den of Thieves. Away 6 up the rail. I'll walk the line. Then the trailer. Over when it's over. Little tussle on the front end, and Barrio will have the say with Streak Antonio. He'll put Gotham Knight in the 2-hole. Racing from third is Dunsand Sticks. Fourth is Eagles Claw. Den of Thieves on Hurry. He's away 5th. Then in 6, I'll walk the line. Over when it's over is 7th. They went 29 and 4 to open this one up as they come off the paddock turn, straighten down the stretch, and on the point with a 2-length lead. That is Streak Antonio. Gotham Knight continues second. Racing from third, Dunsand Sticks. Fourth is Eagle Claw. There goes Den of Thieves. He's underway now, 5th. Racing 6 on the outside. Over when it's over, and I'll walk the line. The trailer 7th, halfway home in a backed up 101 and 2. That was 31 and 3 in the second split. Up the backstretch they go, led by Streak Antonio. Den of Thieves, the heavy favorite, up to challenge the leader. Third up the rail, Gotham Knight, now moving up 4th on the outside. Over when it's over. Dunsand Sticks is 5th. I'll walk the line 6. Eagles Claw now the trailer. Oh, the tempo has picked up. Streak Antonio at 3/4 in 1. 31 and 1. That was 29 and change. On the outside second. Den of Thieves up the rail third as they turn for home. Gotham Knight, and down the stretch they come. Streak Antonio getting away late. On the outside, Den of Thieves closing up at the rail. Gotham Knight. Streak Antonio for Barrio in the O'Brien. Might have been Gotham Knight up the inside against Den of Thieves. They're in a place picture. 2 minutes flat.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for the afternoon 7th race. Joe O'Brien Memorial 2-year-old Colts in the Grassroots Division for $14,400. Streak Antonio goes all the way, 29 and 4, 101 and 2, 131 and 1. Here's a great shot by Universal Media in the slow-mo replay. Streak Antonio gets a maiden record today. My top selection, 2 minutes flat in for second. It's close on the line. Looks like maybe Gotham Knight get up there, but it is close with the 6, Den of Thieves. But anyway, Streak Antonio and Jill Barrio, they're going to the Woodmere Standard Ridge Winner's Circle next.
Streak Antonio arrives at the 7th race. Woodmere Standard Bridge Winners Circle. Big Facing Gelding 2 by Blood Money off the Big Jim Dam. Stricker Caroline, a homebred of Raymond Primo, trained by Ronnie Matheson, and Gilberto drives him to victory and a maiden record today of 2 minutes flat. Streak Antonio captures a division of the Joe O'Brien Stake at Summerside with the Winner's Circle cooler presentation. Now the official results in race 7, Dunsand Sticks was 5th, Streak Antonio the race winner. Eagle's Claw was 7th, Gotham Knight finished 2nd, I'll Walk the Line was 6th, Den of Thieves 3rd, Over When It's Over 4th, 29 and 4, 101 and 2, 131 and 1, and the mile in 2 minutes. In review, 517, 26, 3-4. Streak Antonio paid $560 to win. The exactor $42.80, triactor $76.30, and the superfecta $27.13.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore Summerside on a Sunday afternoon. 7 races in the books. Let's talk about free Wi-Fi. HPI guest Wi-Fi and on-track wagering. Free Wi-Fi is available at Red Shores for our guests, and you can sign up for betting free at hpibet.com. Wager $100 in the first 30 days and receive a deposit for $100. Just click on Red Shores Guest when searching for Wi-Fi in your settings page. Just another way to enjoy your guest experience at Red Shores with free Wi-Fi and using your smartphone to place your bet at hpibet.com. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 8th race, Lady Slipper Stake. 2-year-old trotting fillies for $14,600. I like a 2-5-6 in here. Backstretch beat going 2-6-1, and the classifier's choice is 2-1-6 in the 8th race in 7 minutes.
2-year-old trotting fillies in the Lady Slipper for the 8th race parade. Emberley's Rocket, number 1. Owned by Michael Clary of Montague, trained by John Clary, Mark Campbell driving. Hallie's Girl, number 2, owned by Calvin Larkin of Mermaid and Erica Bradley of Charlottetown. Daryl McLean does the training. Jill Barrio drives. Number 3 is Bon Matty, owned by Blaine White of South Pinette, trained by Curry White, Corey McPherson up. Ocean View Banjo, number 4, owned by Renison Racing of Truro, Nova Scotia. George Renison trains and drives. Miss Gracie Ridge, number 5, Amber Campbell of Charlottetown, owns, trains, and drives. 6 is Dusty Lane Margot, owned by Donald McCrae of Vernon Bridge, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. Number 7, Rosie's EL Girl, Bill Lanigan Montague, owns and trains Kenny Murphy in the sulky. 4 minutes to post time. A special thank you going out to Northumberland Ferries. For schedules and to book online, visit ferries.ca.
Once upon a time, the ferry was the only way to visit Prince Edward Island. Some say it still is.
Let's head out to the track for the afternoon's 8th race. Lady Slipper Stake, 2-year-old trotting fillies for $14,600. Landing on the 2, Hallie's Girl, 2-year-old bay filly by Muscle Mass for Calvin Larkin of Mermaid and Erica Bradley of Charlottetown. Daryl McLean is the trainer, and Jill Barrio looks to go back-to-back in the bike today. Last start was at Charlottetown, August the 13th, left on the rail. Finished second, just got beat by half a length, 2 minutes 4/5, 30-2 on the end of it. The start before that at Charlottetown, July 31st, left on the rail, was a wire-to-wire winner by 3 1/4 lengths in 1:59.2, closing it out in 29.3. That was only her second lifetime start that night for Hallie's Girl, who leaves 2 today with Jill Barrio, your current choice on the board at 1-4. And there we get a look at the 5. That is Miss Gracie Ridge, 2-year-old bay filly by Run Director for Amber Campbell of Charlottetown. She's the owner, the trainer, and the driver. Nice start at Northside Downs on August the 7th in the Phil Pinckney for over $8,000. Left from post 2, a winner by 10.5 lengths in 2:06.2, 30-3 on the end of it. That was a maiden record. At Charlottetown, July 31st, left on the rail, finished third, trotting in 2:02 flat, 29-3, closing quarter. Miss Gracie Ridge for your long shot players here today from post 5 with Amber Campbell. Good odds, 12-1. And another one for you long shot players is the 6, Dusty Lane Margot, 2-year-old brown filly by E.L. Rocket for Donald McCrae of Vernon Bridge. Ashley Gamester is the trainer. Jason Hughes will do the driving. Charlottetown Old Home Week, August the 13th, Atlantic Sire Stakes, left from post 4, finished 5th. Race time 2:04.2, 30 seconds flat on the end of it. Has a win if you look down. First lifetime start was at Truro on July the 8th in the Atlantic Sire Stakes for $10,480. Left 2, wire-to-wire winner by a neck in 2:07, 30-1 on the end of it for Jason Hughes. Dusty Lane Margot from post 6 today with Mr. Hughes, 17-1. Let's have a look at the odds board for the afternoon's 8th race. Lay Slipper Stake, 2-year-old trotting fillies. Emberley's Rocket, Mark Campbell on the rail at 7-1. Halley's Girl with Jill Berrio 1-9. Bon Maddie 3 with Corey McPherson at 9-2. Ocean View Banjo, the 4 with George Renison on your screen right now at 28-1. Miss Gracie Ridge from 5 with Amber Campbell at 16-1. Dusty Lane Margot is the 6 with Jason Hughes at 20-1. Rounding out the field is Rosie's EL Girl with Kenny Murphy at 72-1. That's a look at the field for the afternoon's 8th race. Lady Slipper Stake for 2-year-old trotting fillies. Good luck with your selections. Seven 2-year-old trotting fillies in the Lady Slipper Stake for $14,600. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Emberley's Rocket, Halley's Girl, Bon Maddie, Ocean View Banjo, Miss Gracie Ridge, Dusty Lane Margot, Rosie's EL Girl on the outside. Top of the stretch. Two-year-old trotting fillies in the Lady Slipper. Here they come. The rough and trotting Halley's Girl at the rail, Bon Maddie, and they're outside. That's Miss Gracie Ridge, the third one to the turn to get away. Fourth up the rail is Emberley's Rocket. Then Dusty Lane Margot in fifth. Racing six, Rosie's EL Girl. And the early trailer, that is Ocean View Banjo. On the backstretch, they go to the quarter. And the 1-9 choice right on the engine. Halley's Girl and Jill Berrio. Bon Maddie races from second, away third. That's Miss Gracie Ridge. Back into fourth, Emberley's Rocket. Dusty Lane Margot fifth. Rosie's EL Girl sixth. And Ocean View Banjo is seventh. 30 seconds flat to the opening quarter mile. They're in straight alignment and they are strung out. These 2-year-old trotting fillies come towards the opening half mile. Halley's Girl controls. Right there in the 2-hole is Bon Maddie. Third is Miss Gracie Ridge. Then fourth is Emberley's Rocket. Dusty Lane Margot goes fifth. Racing from sixth, Rosie's EL Girl. And Ocean View Banjo seventh. A half mile in 1 minute and 3. Trotting over to the 5/8. It's Halley's Girl, the leader by 2. Second, that's Bon Maddie. Continuing third, Miss Gracie Ridge. Fourth, Emberley's Rocket. Now fifth on the outside, Rosie's EL Girl. Dusty Lane Margot is sixth. And the trailer, Ocean View Banjo, they're at the 3/4. Halley's Girl gets away on them now. She's open by 5. The 3/4 in 1:30 and a 1. and it's Hallie's Girl with an 8 left to trot. Bon Matty second. Third on the outside is Ms. Gracie Ridge. If they got a little left in the tank, we might get the track record. Deep stretch now, trotting to the finish. Hallie's Girl makes it look easy for Barrio in the Lady Slipper. Second, Ms. Gracie Ridge. Bon Matty held third, but it's Hallie's Girl all the way. 2 minutes, 35.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for the afternoon's 8th race. As expected, Hallie's Girl and Jill Barrio go all the way. 30 seconds, half up in a minute 3/5. They rolled to 3/4 in 1:30.1, and here's the stretch drive. Jill Barrio sitting chilly in the bike here, gets a win with Hallie's Girl, just her 4th lifetime start, her 3rd win. Jill Barrio goes back-to-back today, 2 minutes and 3/5. Miss Gracie Ridge in there for second, another ice-cold exactor for me. That's a couple today. And Bon Matty in there for third, so we got 2, 5, 3 unofficially in the 8th race. Great shot by Universal Media of Hallie's Girl getting the win today. And Jill Barrio and Hallie's Girl, they're going to the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner's Circle in a moment.
Hallie's Girl on her way to the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner's Circle. Trotting Bay Filly 2 by Muscle Mash off the Angus Hall down. Incredible Holly. Homebred of Calvin Larkin of Mermaid and Erica Bradley of Charlottetown, trained by Daryl McLean. Jill Barrio goes back-to-back for a pair of stakes victories today. The trotting filly on top at every call. 2 minutes and 3/5, the time for the mile. Hallie's Girl in the Lady Slipper with the Winner's Circle presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, there goes the judge's inquiry sign now. It's listed for the 8th race on the tote board. It's a judge's inquiry underway for a possible pylon violation by number 1, Amberley's Rocket, after the half mile. Results of the 8th race judges' inquiry, no violations. Now the official results in the 8th. Emberley's Rocket finished 4th. Hallie's Girl the winner. Bon Matty 3rd. Ocean View Banjo 5th. Miss Gracie Ridge finished 2nd. Dusty Lane Margot was 7th. Rosie's EL Girl 6th. 30, 1 minute 3. 1:30 and 1. And the mile was 2 minutes and 3/5. In review, 413 5276. Hallie's Girl paid $210. The exactor $14.40, triactor $40.40, superfecta $7.53.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shores Summerside on Sunday, August the 24th. It's all stake day all stake races here this afternoon. We got 8 of them in the books. Let's talk about Atlantic Breeders' Crown Weekend 2025. Red Shores Charlottetown is proud to host the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Weekend. Friday, October the 10th is the Atlantic Classic Sale at the Crapo Exhibition Grounds with an 11:30 a.m. start time. Saturday is live racing with 12:30 p.m. post time, followed by the awards banquet in the top of the park on Saturday night. Championship Sunday begins with a pancake breakfast at O'Brien's Social Bar and Kitchen, followed by live racing starting at 12:30 p.m. Thank you to sponsors McRae's Backhoe and Trucking and the City of Charlottetown. And we'll slide in the selections for the upcoming 9th race. There's a look at the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam. I'm at 187, backstretch speed legs 176, classifiers choices 517 in today's 9th race in 6 minutes.
Now time to check your 50-50 draw tickets. Today valued at $620. The winning number 211445. The afternoon's winning number for the 50-50 valued at $620. 211445. Good luck. Ninth race division of the Lady Slipper Parade's exhilarating number 1, owned by Daryl and Gordon McLean and Stephen Downey. Daryl trains and drives. Hamac Dixie 2, owned by Brendan Mullen, Cole McLaren, Vic Putty, and Heather Sheen. Trained by Brendan Mullen, Jason Hughes up. 3, Highly Toxic, owned by Denise and Paul Conway of Bonshaw. Paul does the training, driven today by Adam Murner. Lady Helena number 4, owned by Blaine Tebow of Kensington, trained by Joe Baxter. Corey McPherson drives. Bayonetta 5, owned by Daniel Goodrow of Quebec and Louis Waugh Racing of Ontario, trained by Landon Campbell. Mark Campbell driving. Always in full 4-6, owned by Jamie Whelan of Vernon Bridge. Mike McGuigan trains and drives. All Mocked Money 7, owned by David Lund of Moncton, New Brunswick. Jill Barrio trains and drives. 8 is Woodmere Summer, owned by Dads Without Abs of Fredericton, trained by Carl Williams, Paul Angel. 4 minutes to post time. Please stand by for a message from the Chief Public Health Office and the Department of Health and Wellness.
Smoking steals more than your health. It steals precious moments from your life. Triple your chances of quitting smoking or vaping with PEI's smoking cessation program. Visit princeedwardisland.ca/quit smoking.
Let's head over to the track for the afternoon's ninth race. Lady Slipper Stake, 2-year-old fillies in the grassroots division for $16,400. Landing on the rail sitter. That's Exhilarating. 2-year-old bay filly by Shanghai Phil for Daryl and Gordon McLean and Stephen Downey. Daryl McLean is the trainer, looking for a back-to-back training double here, and he's also the driver of this one today. Last start was at Charlottetown Atlantic Sire Stakes A Division Old Home Week on August the 12th. Left from post 6, sat 2, finished 2, race time 1:58 flat, 28-4 on the end of it. Daryl's cousin James McDonald was in the bike for that one. A look 3 down to Summerside, July the 17th. Left from post 3, wire-to-wire winner by half a length in 1:59-4, 30-2 on the end of it. 5th lifetime start today for Exhilarating with Daryl McLean on the rail. Your current choice at 2-1. There we see the 8, Woodmere Summer. 2-year-old bay filly by Bet the Moon for Dads Without Abs of Fredericton, Prince Edward Island. Kyle Williams, the trainer. Paul Angel will do the driving. A nice start at Charlottetown Atlantic Sire Stakes A Division on August the 12th from post 5. Finished second, just got beat by half a length. Race time 1:58-3, 30 seconds flat on the end of it. Woodmere Summer, post 8 today with Paul Angel aboard, looking for his driving double today, 3-1. And there we get a peek at the 7, I'll Mock the Money. 2-year-old bay filly by Tobago Case for David Lund of Moncton, New Brunswick. Gilles Barrios looking for a driving triple today. He's in the bike. He's also the trainer. Started at Charlottetown August the 12th in Atlantic Sire Stakes B event. A left on the rail and finished second. Just beat a length and a quarter. Race timed in 1:58-2, 29-1 on the end of it. 2nd lifetime start today for I'll Mock the Money with Gilles Barrios, 4-1. Let's have a look at the odds board for the upcoming 9th race. Lady Slipper Stake, 2-year-old fillies, grassroots for $16,400 with Exhilarating and Daryl McLean at 2-1. How Mac Dixie with Jason Hughes at 22-1. Highly Toxic with Adam Murner at all 9s. The 4 is Lady Helena with Corey McPherson at 9-1. Bayonetta 5 with Mark Campbell. Now your current choice at 6-5. Always in Full Force is 6 with Mike McGuigan. All 9s on the board. I'll Mock the Money is 7 with Gilles Barrios at 4-1. And Woodmere Summer post 8 with Paul Angel at 3-1. That's a look at the field for the afternoon's 9th race. Good luck with your plays. Countdown clock is in for the afternoon's 9th race. Field of 8, 2-year-old fillies, Grassroots, Lay Slipper Stake. They're lining up behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
Exhilarating, Hamac Dixie, Highly Toxic, Lady Helena. Bayonetta, always in full force. I'll Mock the Money, and Woodmere Summers outside. Top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing Bayonetta leaves out on the rail, exhilarating. Then the third one as they make their way to the turn is Hamac Dixie. Lady Helena rounding the turn on the outside fourth. Coming up fifth from the outside is Woodmere Summer. Then the sixth one is Highly Toxic, followed then by Always in Full Force, and I'll Mock the Money along the back stretch to make the lead. Bayonetta for Mark Campbell. Racing from second, exhilarating, all alone in third. Lady Helena back into fourth is Hamac Dixie. Then it's Woodmere Summer fifth. They trip the corner in 28 and 4. Racing from six is Highly Toxic. Then the seventh one on the turn. That's Always in Full Force. And I'll Mock the Money is the trailer. Down the stretch for time one. The opening half mile comes next. And that's Bayonetta to get them halfway home. The 2-hole ride to exhilarating. Lady Helena races third. The gap to fourth, Hamac Dixie. Woodmere Summers on the move in the outside fifth. Always in Full Force is underway sixth. Highly Toxic seventh. On the outside and going off stride, I'll Mock the Money. The half's up in 59 and a 1. They're en route to three-quarters. That is Bayonetta the leader. Woodmere Summer the challenger. Exhilarating, riding the rail third. Always in Full Force. She's fourth. Lady Helena fifth. Hamac Dixie sixth. Highly Toxic seventh. I'll Mock the Money, the trailer, three-quarters in 1. 29 and 1. They round the top turn for the final time. They're down to an eighth to go. Bayonetta and Campbell want to take them all the way today. Up the inside, exhilarating, takes over second. Woodmere Summer third. Deep stretch now, coming to the wire. Bayonetta all the way for Campbell. Exhilarating was second. Woodmere Summer will finish third. And the time for the mile, 1:58.2.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for the afternoon's 9th race. And streaks come to an end. I picked the first 8 winners today, but the 9th race couldn't get there as Exhilarating finishes second. As we see Bayonetta go to the front, 28-4, the half in 59-1, down to three-quarters in 129-1. And Bayonetta gets a new record today. 5th win in 6 tries, 158-2. Mark Campbell in the bike for his second win of the afternoon. In for second, Exhilarating with Woodmere Summer third. So we get 5-1-8 unofficially. In the afternoon's 9th race, we're going to see Bayonetta and Mark Campbell in the Woodmere Standardbreds Winner's Circle next.
Bayonetta going to the ninth race winner's circle. Bay Pacing filly 2 years in honor of Cattle Wash off the Real Desire Dam White Satin. Owned by Daniel Goodrow of Quebec and Louis Waugh Racing of Ontario. Bred by Nicholas Malcolm of Milton, Ontario. Landon Campbell with the training double. Mark Campbell with the driving double. And the filly pacing to a new record of 158 and 2. Bayonetta doubles up Team Campbell in the Lady Slipper Stake at Summerside with the winner's circle presentation. Today's winner of the 50-50 draw was Dale Painter of Borden. Congratulations. Now the official results from the ninth race. Exhilarating was second. Hamac Dixie 6th. Highly Toxic was 7th. Lady Helena finished 5th. Bayonetta the race winner. Always in Full Force was 4th. I'll Mock the Money finished 8th. Woodmere Summer was 3rd. 28 and 4. 59 and 1. 129 and 1. The mile in 158 and 2. From the top, your program reads 267 514 83. Bayonetta paid $290. The Exactor $570. The Triactor $1660. And the Superfecta $1803.
Red Shores is pleased to host the Graduate Series in Summerside and Charlottetown. Eligible horses will compete in 2 legs during the series, and the top 8 money earners will advance to the Mayor's Final on August 28th at Red Shore, Charlottetown. Thank you to Cam McPhee with JD Marine and Diving Incorporated for their continued support of the Prince Edward Island harness racing industry. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 10th race. Lady Slipper stake for 3-year-old trotting colts for a purse of $20,240. I'm going 267. Backstretch beat 276, and the classifier's choices 236 for the 10th race in 6 minutes.
Three-year-old trotting colts and geldings in the Lady Slipper for the 10th race post-parade. Mile Hill Cash won. Owned by John Bro, Shediac, Cape, New Brunswick, trained by Paul Morrison. Corey McPherson drives. Bless Me Father, number 2, owned by Donna Van Meer of Mount Herbert. Donna does the training. The drive goes to Mark Campbell. My Pocket Rocket 3, owned by Jonathan McDonald of North Wilshire, trained by Paul McDonald. Kenny Murphy drives. 4 is Marcus Down Ridge, owned by Wade Siliker of Borden Carlton. Claire McDonald trains and drives. 5 is Dusty Lane Gus, owned by Alexis Gass of Cornwall, trained by Lenny Myers. Ryan DeRaja. Long Black Limousine, number 6, owned by Carl Bagnall of Stratford, trained by Tammy Collings, driven by Paul Langell. 7 is West River Jet, owned by Haley McDonald of Stratford, trained by Claire McDonald, Kenny McDonald in the sulky. 4 minutes to post time for free race programs, backstretch, beat, driver profiles, and race replays. Visit the Red Shores Player Portal.
Let's head out to the track for the afternoon's 10th race. Lady Slipper stake for 3-year-old trotting colts for $20,240. Landing on the 2. Bless Me Fathers, 5 for 5 in 2025. 3-year-old Bay Gelding by Father Patrick for Donna Van Meer of Mount Herbert, Prince Edward Island. She's also the trainer. Mark Campbell's looking to go back-to-back for his 3rd win today. Last start was at Charlottetown, Old Home Week, August the 16th. Left from post 3. Was a winner by 7 lengths in 157-2. Right to his record, 28-4 on the end of it. Mark Campbell was in the bike. Start before that was here, July the 15th. Left on the rail, a winner by 2.5 lengths in 158-2. 29-2 closing quarter. Jill Berrio was in the bike for that start. Post 2 today for Bless Me Father with Mark Campbell. Your current choice at 1-9. And there we get a peek at the 6, Long Black Limousine. 3-year-old Bay Gelding by 6-pack for Carl Bagnall of Stratford. Tammy Collings, the trainer. Paul Angel will do the driving. This horse is trending in the right direction, let me tell you. Last 2 starts, August the 13th, Old Home Week. Left from post 3, a winner by 9 lengths in 2:02-3. 28-2 on the end of it. And then his last start was Old Home Week as well. August 16th, left 3, was a winner by 13 lengths in 158-3, 28-2, closing quarter. Long Black Limousine from post 6 with Paul Angel aboard. Look at those odds, 91-1. Looks like all the money is on the 2 in this one. There's a look at the 7, West River Jet. West River Jet's a 3-year-old brown gelding by E.L. Rocket for Haley McDonald of Stratford. Her mother Claire, the trainer, and her father Kenny McDonald is the driver. This trio is looking for a double here this afternoon. Last start for West River Jet was Old Home Week, August the 13th, Atlantic Sire Stakes for $12,900. Left from post 4. A winner by 3 1/4 lengths in 159 and 1, 27 and 4. On the end of a 9th career win, 3rd win of the season for West River Jet. He's on the outside today looking in. Kenny McDonald aboard, 16 to 1. Let's have a look at the odds board for the upcoming 10th race. And, well, I'll tell you, if there's some breaking horses in here, including the 2, if some long shots come in, wow, what a ticket this is going to pay. Mile Hill Cash on the rail with Corey McPherson at all 9s. Bless Me Father 2 and Mark Campbell at 1 to 9, the current chalk choice on the board. My Pocket Rocket 3 and Kenny Murphy at 86 to 1. They're on your screen right now. Marcus Downridge is 4 with Claire McDonald aboard at all 9s. The 5, Dusty Lane Gus and Ryan DeRoche at all 9s. Long Black Limousine 6 and Paul Angel at 74 to 1. And now West River Jet and Kenny McDonald are at 6 to 1. That's the field for the upcoming 10th race. Lay Slipper Stake 3-year-old trotting colts. Good luck with your selections. Countdown clock is in for the afternoon's 10th race. 3-year-old trotting colts in the Lady Slipper Stake. There's 7 of them, and they're approaching the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Mile Hill Cash, Bless Me Father. My Pocket Rocket, Marcus Down Ridge. Dusty Lane Gus, Long Black Limousine, and West River Jet is on the outside. These are 3-year-old trotting colts and geldings in the Lady Slipper. Over $20,000 on the line, top of the stretch. All lined up and approaching a start. Rough and and trotting Dusty Lane Gus is the first one out. Bless Me Father will be second into the turn. Up the rail third is Mile Hill Cash. West River Jet comes up 3 wide fourth. Racing from fifth is Long Black Limousine. My Pocket Rocket away 6. Then the trailer is Marcus Down Ridge. On the outside and headed to the lead, Bless Me Father in line to Mark Campbell have taken over top spot. Second is Dusty Lane Gus. West River Jet off stride. He's jumped it off. West River Jet is on the run. Moving into third is Mile Hill Cash. Long Black Limousine fourth, 29 and 4 the quarter. Back down trotting on the outside. Fifth is West River Jet. Then it's My Pocket Rocket and the trailer. Marcus Down Ridge. Down the stretch they come. Approaching the midway point. Bless Me Father is the midway point leader for Mark Campbell. The lead almost 3. Second is Dusty Lane Gus. Then in third, Mile Hill Cash. Long Black Limousine trotting into the turn fourth. 59 seconds flat for the half. My Pocket Rocket fifth. And in sixth, West River Jet. Marcus Down Ridge the trailer. Up the backstretch they go for time 2. The 3/4 comes next. Bless Me Father is open by 4. Long Black Limousine is on the move. On the outside, he picks up second. Third at the rail is Dusty Lane Gus. Mile Hill Cash fourth. Then a West River Jet. Marcus Down Ridge and My Pocket Rocket. 3/4 up in 1:28 and 2. Trotting around the turn with 1/8 of a mile left to go, and they're homeward bound now. Led by Bless Me Father. Long Black Limousine on the outside is their second. Deep stretch now. Give them 6 in a row. Bless Me Father in the Lady Slipper triples up Mark Campbell. Second, that's Long Black Limousine. West River Jet, he recovered to finish third. And the time for this mile in 1:57 and 1 new track record. 3-year-old trotting colt. And it's Bless Me Father for Campbell and Van Meer. 1:57 and 1.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for the afternoon's 10th race. Lady Slipper Stake, 3-year-old trotting colts and geldings for $20,240. Bless Me Father sets a new track trotting record overall here today in winning 29 and 4, 59 to the half, 128 and 2. Here is the stretch drive with Bless Me Father, Long Black Limousine on the outside, but Mark Campbell's going to go back to back and get a driving triple here this afternoon as he sets a new track trotting record for all ages. 157 and 1 in for second. Long Black Limousine. The West River Jet recovered for third. It's a 2-6-7 ice cold. Here in the 10th, we're going to see Bless Me Father and Mark Campbell in the Woodmere Standardbred's Winner's Circle next.
Well, when Summerside Raceway opened in 1886, they were all trotters. Now you're looking at the fastest trotter in the history, and there's a lot of history, ladies and gentlemen, here at Summerside Raceway. I'm speaking of Bless Me Father on his way to the Woodmere Standardbred's Winner's Circle here in the Lady Slipper Stake. Trotting Bay Gelding 3 by Father Patrick off the Yankee Glide Dam, My Angel Heart. Owned and trained by Donna Van Meer of Mount Herbert, bred by Robert McNerney and Hauser Brothers Racing. Mark Campbell gets his third stake victory today. And the Summerside Raceway gets a new track record for 3-year-old trotting colts and for all ages of 157 and a 1/5. Congratulations with the winner's circle presentation. Now the official results in the 10th, Mile Hill Cash 5th, Bless Me Father the race winner. My Pocket Rocket was 7th. Marcus Down Ridge 6th. Dusty Lane Goss 4th. Long Black Limousine was 2nd. West River Jet finished 3rd. 29 and 4, 59. 128 and 2, and the fastest trotting mile in the history of the SRW, 157 and 1. In review, 517, 6423. Bless Me Father 210, the Exactor 710, Triactor 1290, and the Superfecta 435.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore Summerside on a Sunday afternoon, all stakes day, and congratulations to the connections of Bless Me Father, setting a new track trotting record here today of 157 and 1. Great effort, and a great effort by Long Black Limousine. He came from mid-pack and trotted. He was flying down that backstretch, let me tell you. Let's talk about the Richard Campbell Memorial. The Richard Campbell Memorial is scheduled for Saturday, September the 13th as part of PEI Colt Stakes weekend at Red Shore, Charlottetown. The Richard Campbell Memorial is an Atlantic Invitational Series event and will go for a purse of $9,000 and is proudly presented by the Campbell family and Reliable Motors. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 11th race. Joe O'Brien Memorial 2-year-old colts in the gold division. We have an equipment change on the 3 in here. 0-260 removes the Murphy blind. I'm going to go with a 154, backstretch beat at 415, as is the classifier's choice here in today's 11th race in 8 minutes.
Afternoon's 11th race, Joe O'Brien Memorial Gold for 2-year-old Colt Pacer. Sporty Anthony won, owned by Jason Bigger of Muscush and Jason Williams of McNeil's Mills. Trained by Jason Bigger, Kenny Murphy drives. Woodmere Kobe number 2, owned by Peter Smith of Stratford, Gerald Morrissey of Charlottetown. Trained and driven by Kenny Arsenault. 3 is 0260, home of the Ultimate Stable at Greater Lakeburn, New Brunswick. Trained by Sylvain Melanson. Donald Gillis drives. Tobin's Gem number 4, owned by Renison Racing of Truro, Nova Scotia. Trained by George Renison, Mark Campbell. 5, Louis the Lip, owned by David Kennedy of Charlottetown and Ian Smith of Stratford. Trained by Tommy Weatherby, Brody McPhee. Number 6 is Woodmere Mahomes, owned by Daniel Ross of Vernon Bridge. For trainer, driver Gilberto. There's 4 minutes to post time. Follow Red Shores' official social media platforms on Facebook, X, and Instagram to get the most accurate, up-to-date information on racing, casino, and restaurants.
Let's head out to the track for the afternoon's 11th race. Joe O'Brien Memorial 2-year-old Colts Gold Division for $28,800. Landing on the rail sitter, and here the hometown horse, Sporty Anthony, 2-year-old Big Gelding by Somewhere Fancy for Jason Bigger and Jason Williams. Jason Bigger, the trainer. Kenny Murphy in the bike, looking for a driving double today. Last start at Charlottetown Atlantic Sire Stakes A Division, Old Home Week, August the 14th. Left from 3, finished second, beat a length and a half. Race timed in 1:57 flat, closing it out in 28 and 3. I think there was just too much of a long layoff there for that horse there. July the 16th was the start before that here in the PEI Colt Stakes Gold Division for $16,000. Left from post 3 was a winner in 2 minutes and 1/5, closing it out 28 and 1. And then his first start, of course, lifetime at Truro, July the 6th, left from 3, a winner by 5 in 1:56 and 3, 29 and 1, closing quarter. On the rail today, and he's at home. It's Sporty Anthony with Kenny Murphy, 2-1. There we see the 5, Louis the Lip, 2-year-old Big Gelding by Somewhere Fancy for David Kennedy of Charlottetown and Ian Smith of Stratford. Tommy Weatherby trains. Brody McPhee will do the driving. Started in the Atlantic Sire Stakes A Division on August the 14th at Charlottetown from post 6. Finished 4th with broken equipment. Race timed in 1:57 and 1, closing it out 28 and 3. The start before that at Northside Downs on August the 7th. Atlantic Sire Stakes A Division for $30,880. Left from post 3, could interfere with leaving. Wire-to-wire winner, 1:58 and 3, closing it out in 30 and 2. 5th lifetime start today for Louis the Lip with Brody McPhee. Good odds, 5-1. And there we see the 4, Tobin's Gem, 2-year-old Bay Gelding by Flameproof Hanover for Renison Racing Incorporated of Truro, Nova Scotia. George Renison, the trainer, and the driver today is Mark Campbell, looking for win number 4 today. Last start Atlantic Sire Stakes A Division Old Home Week, left from post 4, was a winner by a length and a half in 1:56 and 4, 28 and 1, closing quarter. Tobin's Gem, post 4 today with Mark Campbell, 2-5. Let's have a look at the odds board for the upcoming 11th race. Joe O'Brien Memorial 2-year-old Colts Gold Division. Sporty Anthony is on the rail with Kenny Murphy at 2-1. Woodmere Kobe 2 with Kenny Arsenault at 9-1. 0-260 leaves 3 with Danny Gillis at 23-1. Tobin's Gem 4 with Mark Campbell at 2-5. Louis the Lip is 5 with Brody McPhee at 6-1. And Woodmere Mahomes with Gilberto at 11-1. That's a look at the field for the afternoon's 11th race. Good luck with your selections. Countdown clock is in for the afternoon's 11th race. Joe O'Brien Memorial 2-year-old Colts Gold Division for over $28,000. There's 6 of them. And they're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Sporty Anthony, Woodmere Kobe, 0260. Tobin's Gem, Louis the Lip. Woodmere Mahomes. A half a dozen 2-year-old pacing Colts and Geldings in the O'Brien Gold. Top of the stretch. Starter recalls the 11th race. They're under a starter's recall. Starters recall, charge the number 30260 for causing interference to the 4 Tobin's Gem.
Joe O'Brien Memorial 2-year-old Colts Gold Division, 6 of them, take 2. Lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
And that $28,800 purse money on the line's very inviting. Lining up once again. Sporty Anthony, Woodmere Kobe, 0260. Tobin's Gem, Louis the Lip, Woodmere Mahomes. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing, Sporty Anthony will lead them out, and off stride goes Tobin's Gem into the turn. Second is Woodmere Kobe to get away third. That's 0260. Fourth on the outside, Louis the Lip. Away fifth is Woodmere Mahomes, back down pacing, and the trailer. That is Tobin's Gem, the quarter pole bound. It'll be Sporty Anthony to lead it for Kenny Murphy by almost 2. Woodmere Kobe goes second, away third. That's 0260. Then the fourth one is Louis the Lip. Woodmere Mahomes goes fifth, and the trailer, that's Tobin's Gem. They're off a quarter of 30 and 1/5, and Sporty Anthony is going to have his own way here for Kenny Murphy. Racing from second is Woodmere Kobe, up the rail third, 0260. Louis the Lip, he's fourth. There goes Tobin's Gem on the outside to take over fifth, and going to the outside from sixth, that is Woodmere Mahomes. Halfway home, and Sporty Anthony gets them there. 2-length advantage on Woodmere Kobe. Getting himself back into it now. Tobin's Gem on the outside third, the half mile in 1 minute and 2 consecutive 30-1 splits as they swing to the backstretch and go to 3/4, led by Sporty Anthony. Woodmere Kobe, the 2-hole ride. Tobin's Gem on the outside third. We're under an inquiry. Judges' inquiry underway here in the 11th as they arrive at the 3/4. Sporty Anthony gets them there. Second, that's Woodmere Kobe. Tobin's Gem third at the rail, 0-260. 3/4 of a mile in 1:29 flat. That was 28 and 3. 1/8 of a mile left to go, and they're picking them up, and they're putting them down in the home stretch now. Sporty Anthony, Woodmere Kobe has him collared late on the wire next. Here is Woodmere Kobe for Kenny Arsenault in the O'Brien goal. Sporty Anthony second, looked like 0-260 third, and the time for the mile in 1:58. Bullet! Judges' inquiry underway here in race 11. Retain your tickets.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for the afternoon's 11th race. Sporty Anthony goes to the front, 30-1, the half a minute, 2 3/4 in 1:29. Well-rated mile by Kenny Murphy, and here's the stretch drive. Kenny Arsenault sitting in the 2-0 with Woodmere Kobe gets a perfect ride here, and in deep stretch, here's a great shot by Universal Media. Woodmere Kobe and Kenny Arsenault are going to get up to get a maiden record here today. Nice maiden record of 1:58 flat. Sporty Anthony in there for second. Up on the inside, on the line for third. It is close, and we're under an inquiry here in the 11th, but we're going to see Woodmere Kobe and Kenny Arsenault in the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner's Circle next.
The judges' inquiry involves the start of race number 11 on the 4, Tobin's Gem. Judges' inquiry looking at the break of 4, Tobin's Gem at the start. Retain your tickets till the 11th race becomes official. You just witnessed vintage Kenny Arsenault. Been doing this a long, long time. Many trips to the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner's Circle. And he'll get there in the O'Brien goal for $28,800. Woodmere Kobe gets him there. Bay Pacing Gelding 2 by Tobago K's off the Rusties for Real Dam Princess Rusty. Owned by Peter Smith of Stratford and Gerald Morsey of Charlottetown. Bred by Jamie McKinley. Kenny Arsenault trains and drives the colt to victory and a maiden record of 1:58. Woodmere Kobe upsets the O'Brien Gold at Summerside with the Winner's Circle. Cooler presentation. The results of the 11th race judges' inquiry for Tobin's Gem made the break on his own. There was no violations. Now the official results in race 11, Sporty Anthony was second, Woodmere Kobe the race winner. 0260 third, Tobin's Gem sixth, Louis the Lip finished fifth, Woodmere Mahomes fourth, fractions of 30 and 1 minute 2, 129, and the mile in 158. From the top, your program reads 213654. Woodmere Kobe 2080 to win. The exactor 4840, triactor 30660, and the superfecta was 8202.
Redshores Racing is excited to offer a new Pick 4 as part of the 2025 wagering menu. The late Pick 4 will be on the last 4 races of every card at Redshore, Summerside, and Charlottetown, and features a $1,000 guaranteed pool with the low 15% takeout. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 12th race, Lady Slipper Stake for 2-year-old fillies, Grassroots Division for $16,400. Field of 8 in here. I'm going 3, 6, 4. Backstretch beat likes 4, 5, 7. And the classifier's choices are 3, 4, 6 in the 12th race in 6 minutes.
Two-year-old pacing fillies in the Lady Slipper for the 12th race parade. Camluck Lady number 1, O'Madal McCrae of Vernon Bridge, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. Roll With It, Judy, number 2, owned by Jackie Heffernan of Somerville, trained by Miles Heffernan Jr., Miles Sr. driving. Electra Flying, number 3, owned by Daryl and Gordon McLean and Stephen Downey. Daryl McLean trains and drives. For Basho, owned by Cam McPhee, David O'Brien, and Gordon McPhee. David does the training today, Mark Campbell. 5 is Lila Berry, owned by Little Pond Stables of Little Pond, trained and driven by Mike McGuigan. Number 6 is Fallon, owned by Not Too Stable of Cornwall, trained and driven by Adam Murner. Number 7 is Baker's Dozen, owned by Michael Clary of Montague, trained by John Clary, Paul Angel. Number 8 is Salisbrook Carly, owned and trained by Joe Baxter of Spring Valley. Kenny Murphy drives. 3 minutes to post time. The Stephen and Joe McRae Memorial Open Mares Final is scheduled for Sunday, October 12th, proudly presented by McRae's Backhoe and Trucking.
Let's head out to the track for the afternoon's 12th race. It's a Lady Slipper Stake for 2-year-old fillies, grassroots for $16,400. There's a look at my top selection here, as well as the classifiers. That is the 3 Electra Flying. 2-year-old bay filly by Source of Pride for Daryl and Gordon McLean and Stephen Downey. Daryl McLean is the trainer and the driver. Atlantic Sire Stakes B Division. At Charlottetown, Old Home Week, August the 12th, left from post 4, sat 2 and was a winner by 4 3/4 lengths in 1:58 and 2. That was a maiden record, 29 and 3 on the end of it. James McDonald was in the bike on that night. Electra Flying from post 3 with Daryl McLean, 7-2. There we get a look at the 6 Fallon, 2-year-old bay filly by Somewhere Fancy for Not Too Stable of Cornwall. Adam Murner, the trainer driver. Atlantic Sire Stakes A Division on August the 12th, Old Home Week, left from post 4, finished 5th. Race time 1:59 and 3, 31 and 3 on the end of it. Start before that here, August the 3rd, left from post 7, a winner by 12 lengths in 1:59 and 3, 29 and 4 closing quarter, and was a winner here on July 17th, Governor's Plate Week from post 4, wire to wire in 1:58 flat. 28 and 3 closing quarter. It's Fallon from post 6 with Adam Murner, 2-1. And there we get a peek at the 4, Basho, 2-year-old bay filly by Captain Crunch for Cam McPhee, David O'Brien, and Gordon McPhee. David O'Brien is the trainer. Mark Campbell gets the call today. Scratched on August the 7th, but the start July the 31st at Charlottetown. Left from post 2 and was a winner by 3/4 of a length in 1:58 and 2, 28 and 3 closing quarter. That was a maiden win in just her 4th lifetime start. Basho, post 4 today. Mark Campbell's hot. He's got 3 wins. Right now, they are at 2-1. Let's have a look at the odds board for the afternoon's 12th race. Field of 8, Lady Slipper stake for 2-year-old fillies. Grassroots, Camlock Lady, Jason Hughes on your screen right now at 38-1. Roll with it, Judy, Miles Heffernan Sr. at 42-1. Electrifying is 3 with Daryl McLean at 7-2. The 4 is Basho and Mark Campbell at 2-1. Lila Berry 5 and Mike McGuigan at 5-1. The 6 Fallon and Adam Murner now your current choice at 9-5 on the board. Baker Studden 7 with Paul Angel at 6-1. Rounding out the field in the outside 8. That's Salzbrook Carley with Kenny Murphy at 9-1. That's the field for the afternoon's 12th race. Good luck with your selections. Countdown clock is rolling for the afternoon's 12th race. Lady Slipper Stake, Grassroots for 2-year-old fillies. A field of 8. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Camlock Lady, Roll with it, Judy, Electrifying. Basho, Lila Berry, Fallon. Baker's Dozen, Salzbrook Carley. 8 across the gate. It's the 12th. It's a Lady Slipper. Grassroots division. Top of the stretch. Ready for a start. They're off and pacing all but the one. Camlock Lady has jumped it off at the start. Into the turn, Electrifying for the lead. Traffic was a little tight. Lila Berry, she got fancy stepping big time in here in the early going by the 8th pole, and they head to the opening quarter. Here's Fallon for Murder, set to take the lead. Electrifying now second. To get away third, that is Salzbrook Carley. Back into 4th, Roll with it, Judy. Basho 5th. 6th, that's Baker's Dozen. 7th is Camlock Lady. Now the trailer is Lila Berry. They are strung out by the opening quarter, led by Fallon and Murner in 29 and a 1/5. Electrifying goes second, alone in third. As they move off the turn is Salzbrook Carley. 4th at the rail is Roll with it, Judy. There goes Basho. She's moving on the outside 5th. Then the 6th one towards the half mile is Baker's Dozen with Camlock Lady and the trailer Lila Berry. At the midway point, led by Fallon. Racing from second, Electrifying. Basho has picked up third on the outside. 60 seconds flat was the opening half mile. Around the turn and going to the 5/8, and up front on the lead, Fallon the leader. Second, Electrifying at the rail. Salzbrook Carley third. Basho is 4th. 5th on the outside is Baker's Dozen. Camlock Lady now 6th. Lila Berry 7th, and the trailer Roll with it, Judy. 3/4 in the books. Fallon clear by 2 in the late going. 1:29 and 3 the 3/4 time. Electrifying is second. Then in third, that is Salzbrook Carley. 4th, turning for home, Baker's Dozen. Down the stretch they come. Fallon's all alone. Second, Electrifying, Salzbrook Carley, but it's Fallon and Murner in the Lady Slipper. Electrifying held second, rallying up the inside third. Baker's Dozen, and the time for the mile in 1:58.4.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for the afternoon's 12th race. Lady Slipper Stake, 2-year-old fillies. Grassroots division for $16,400. Fallon and Adam Murner go right down the road today. 29 and 1, the half in a minute. Down to 3/4 in 1:29 and 3. And here is the stretch drive. Great shot by Universal Media as Fallon and Adam Murner are going to win. Third lifetime win from 5 tries. 1:58 and 4. Fallon like Summerside, another win here. And Adam Murner, they're going to the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner's Circle next.
Ladies and gentlemen, race number 12 now going under a judge's inquiry. It involves a break on 5, Lila Berry in the first turn. Judge's inquiry, retain your tickets. There's Fallon on her way to the 12th race winner's circle. Bay-facing filly, the 2-year-old daughter of Somewhere Fancy, is off the roll with Joe Dam, all lace, owned by Not Too Stable of Cornwall, bred by Faye Webster of Morel. Adam Murner trains and drives, will guide her to victory today in 1:58 and 4. Fallon in the Lady Slipper Stakes at Summerside with the winner's circle. Cooler presentation. Results of the 12th race judges' inquiry, no violations. Here's the official results. Camluck Lady 6, Roll With It Judy was 8th, Electra Flying 2nd. Basho finished 7th, Lila Berry 5th. Fallon was the race winner. Baker's Dozen finished 3rd. Salisbrook Carly was 4th. They went 29 and 1 minute, 129 and 3. And the mile in 158 and 4. In review, it's 682, 751, 34. Fallon paid $370. The exactor $15, triactor $52.20, and the superfecta $22.25.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore Summerside, Sunday afternoon. I'm your host, Rocky Skierman. 12 dashes in the books. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action this afternoon. Let's have a look at the Premier's Cup Final. The Atlantic Invitational Series concludes with the Premier's Cup Final on Breeders' Crown weekend at Red Shore, Charlottetown. The top 8-point earners in the series will compete for a purse of $50,000 on Sunday, October the 12th. Join us for the Premier's Cup Final as part of Breeders' Crown weekend at Red Shores in Charlottetown. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 13th race, Joe O'Brien Memorial 2-year-old colts in the grassroots division. There's a shot of the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam. I'm going to go with a 3-1-7 in here. Backstretch speed at 1-6-7. Classifier's choices at 1-5-3 in the 13th race in 6 minutes.
Grassroots division of the O'Brien on the 13th race parade. Roll With the Warden 1, owned by Elmer Fallon and Tara Baird. Corey McPherson trains and drives. The Sun and Moon number 2, Joey Pino of Rustico, owns, trains, and drives. Bet on Evil 3, owned by Mark McDonald, Bennett McKinnon, Josh McDonald, and William McDonald, trained by Mike McGuigan. Today, Mark Campbell catch drives. Zendaya's Moonshine number 4, owned and trained by Willie McCabe at Albin, Kenny Murphy driving. 5 is Woodmere Bullet, owned by the stable Woodmere Bullet of Brunswick, Ohio, trained by Jamie Smith, Adam Murner. Goose Commander number 6, owned by Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. Cattle Call number 7, owned by Friends and Family Stable of 9 Mile Creek, trained by Ron Matheson, Gilberto. 4 minutes to post time. Rocky returns in just a moment. First, a message from HPIBet.com.
Love horse racing? HPIBet.com is Canada's leader in online horse betting. Access thousands of live races from hundreds of tracks worldwide instantly. Enjoy the most advanced betting tools like AI Smart Picks and exclusive cashback rewards you won't get anywhere else. Join today and get up to $100 in free bets. Get the ultimate horse betting experience with HPIBet.com.
Let's head out to the track for the afternoon's 13th race. Joe O'Brien Memorial 2-year-old Colts Grassroots Division. Equipment change on the 2 in here. The Sun and Moon Ed's a Jawbreaker. Out to the track we go. Exactor 20-cent Superfecta Triactor Win Place and Show in the Joe O'Brien Memorial 2-year-old Colts for $14,400. These are grassrooters. There's the 3 Bet on Evil 2-year-old Brown Gelding by Bet the Moon for Mark McDonald, Bennett McKinnon, Josh McDonald, and William McDonald. Mike McGuigan is the trainer. Mark Campbell will do the driving today. Charlottetown, August the 14th at Lennox Ire Stakes A Division. Post 2 finished 5th. Race time 1:57.3, 28.3. On the end of it, 2 wins from 6 lifetime tries for Bet on Evil. Mark Campbell, right now your current choice at 1-4. There's a look at the rail sitter in here. Roll with the Warden. A roll with a Harry 2-year-old for Elmer James Folland and Tara Baird. Corey McPherson, the trainer driver. Started in Charlottetown at Lennox Ire Stakes A Division on August the 14th from post 6. Finished 3rd. Just got beat by a length and 3/4. 1:58.2. 28.2 on the end of it. July the 26th at Charlottetown from post 6. A wire-to-wire winner by 4 1/4 in 1:59 flat. New record 29-1. On the end of it, right to his record, I should say, as he won his first lifetime start in Truro on July the 6th in 1:59 with a 28-second closing quarter. On the rail today, Roll with the Warden with Corey McPherson, 5-2. And there's a look at the 7 Cattle Call, 2-year-old Big Yelling by Cattle Wash for Friends and Family Stable of 9 Mile Creek. Ronnie Matheson trains. Gilberto is in the bike, looking for win number 3 today. Last start was at Charlottetown, August the 12th. Left on the rail and finished 3rd. Just beat a length and 3/4. 1:58.3, 29-1 on the end of it. Just the 3rd lifetime start for this colt today. Cattle Call with Gilberto. Good odds, 11-1. Let's have a look at the odds board for the upcoming 13th race. Roll with the Warden, Corey McPherson at 6-5. The Sun and Moon, Joey Pino, Ed's a Jawbreaker today, 45-1. Bet on Evil 3 with Mark Campbell at 4-5. Zendaya's Moonshine on your screen right now with Kenny Murphy, all 9s on the board. Woodmere Bullet is the 5 with Adam Erner at 9-2. The 6 Goose Commander with Jason Hughes at 23-1. Cattle Call rounds out the field with Gilberto, 15-1. That's a look at the field for the afternoon's 13th race. Joe O'Brien Memorial, 2-year-old Colts in the Grassroots Division. Good luck with your selections. Countdown clock is in for the afternoon's 13th race. Joe O'Brien Memorial 2-year-old colts for $14,400 in the grassroots division. Field of 7. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
Roll with the Warden, the Sun and Moon, Bet on Evils, and Day is Moonshine, a Woodmere Bullet, Goose Commander, Cattle Call, top of the stretch. Thirteenth race approaching a start. And they're under a starter's recall. Race number 13. Under a starter's recall, the pari-mutuel windows, they remain open and selling for some last-minute 13th race selections. Starter's recall charge to number 2, the Sun and Moon, for interference on 3, Bet on Evil.
The afternoon's 13th race, take 2. They're approaching the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Roll with the Warden, the Sun and Moon, Bet on Evils, and Day is Moonshine, a Woodmere Bullet, Goose Commander, Cattle Call. These are 2-year-old facing colts in geldings, grassroots division of the Joe O'Brien Memorial Stake. They're in the 13th, top of the stretch. Approaching a start. Green light go this time. Off and pacing. Goose Commander, Bet on Evil, and a roll with the Warden along the rail. Then it's the Sun and Moon, the 4th one around the turn, to get away 5th on the rail. That'll be Woodmere Bullet. Then the 6th one at the 8th pole, and get set to turn to the backstretch. And Day is Moonshine on the outside 7th is Cattle Call. So the quarter pole bound, the post-time favorite on the engine. Roll with the Warden for Corey McPherson. Bet on Evil set up for the the two-hole ride. The Sun and Moon, the long shots, third. All alone in fourth is Goose Commander. Fifth one is Woodmere Bullet. Then Zendaya's Moonshine and Cattle Call. 30 and 2 was the front quarter. Rounding the paddock turn in straight alignment. On the point, Roll with the Warden. It's the fraction setter. Bet on Evil comes out of the turn second. Racing third, the Sun and Moon. Then the fourth one is Goose Commander. Racing from fifth is Woodmere Bullet. At the rail is Zendaya's Moonshine. And on the outside, seventh, Cattle Call. They're halfway home with Roll with the Warden. The midway point leader in 1 minute and 4. 30 and 2 consecutive splits. And he's open now by almost 4. Roll with the Warden going to 3/4. Bet on Evil is second. On the outside, third, the Sun and Moon. Goose Commander fourth. Racing fifth is Woodmere Bullet. Up six is Cattle Call. And the trailer, Zendaya's Moonshine by the 3/4. Roll with the Warden clear by a half a dozen here in the late going. 3/4 went 1:29 and 4. 29 flat in the third. And it's all Roll with the Warden and McPherson headed down the home stretch. Battle on for the deuce. That is Bet on Evil between horses the Sun and Moon. Roll with the Warden romps for Corey McPherson in the Joe O'Brien. Second, that'll go to Bet on Evil. Rallying third was Woodmere Bullet. 1:59. Flat.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for the afternoon's 13th race. Roll with the Warden goes right down the road today. Corey McPherson doubles up in the bike. 30 and 2 to the quarter, 1:04 to the half, 1:29 and 4 to 3/4. Here is the slow-mo replay by Universum. Great shot here of Roll with the Warden getting his third lifetime win here. 1:59 flat for Corey McPherson. In for second is the 3, Bet on Evil. Woodmere Bullet up there for third, so it's 1-3-5 unofficially. In the 13th, we'll see Roll with the Warden and Corey McPherson in the Woodmere Standardbreds Winner's Circle next.
Roll with the Wardens going to the Woodmere Standardbreds Winner's Circle here in the 13th. Bay facing Gelding 2, the son of Roll with it, Harry off the Alley's Western Dam, Warden Woody. Owned by Elmer Fallen and Tara Baird. Elmer is the breeder. Corey McPherson training and driving. Corey's second driving victory today for the double. The mile was a right to his record of 1:59. Roll with the Warden in the Joe O'Brien Memorial Stake at Summerside with the Winner's Circle cooler presentation. Now the official results in the 13th, Roll with the Warden the winner, the Sun and Moon 5th. Bet on Evil was 2nd. Zendaya's Moonshine 7th. Woodmere Bullet was 3rd. Goose Commander finished 4th. Cattle Call was 6th. 30 and 2, 1 minute 4. 129 and 4, and the mile in 159. In review, it's 152, 73, 46. Roll with the Warden paid $280. The Exactor $390. The Triactor $590. Superfactor $277.
Red Shores is pleased to announce HPI rewards for Prince Edward Island customers. You can now play Summerside and Charlottetown live racing and earn points and convert those points to cash or other exciting offers. Sign up and play the horses through HPIBet.com and the new HPI rewards program for Prince Edward Island. And we'll slide the selections onto the screen for the upcoming 14th race. The Lady Slipper Stake for 2-year-old fillies, gold for $32,800. Vance and I will be along with the Vance Cam, presented by Results Advertising and Marketing. I'm going with a 2-1-3, as is the classifier, and the backstretch Beat Lakes 1-2-3 in the 14th race in 6 minutes.
14th race, a division of the Lady Slipper. It's a gold division. $32,800 on the line. They're on parade. Windermere Sky 1, owned by Windermere Farm to Springvale, and Matt Burke of Stratford, trained by Earl Watts with Mark Campbell. 2, Fitness First, owned by Jimmy Gorman of South Melville. Corey McPherson trains and drives. Going for Blood 3, owned by Peter Smith of Stratford and Gerald Morsey of Charlottetown, trained and driven by Kenny Arsenault. 4, Serenity Now, owned by Kurt Hughes of Alexandra, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes driving. 5 is G is Gem, owned by Donna Wilson of Brookside, Nova Scotia, trained by Toby McDonald. Claire McDonald drives. We Danced Anyway 6, owned by Walter Walker of Inverness and James McGinnis of Halifax, Nova Scotia, trained by Dwayne McCackran, David Dowling. Beach Jewel 7, owned by Reg McPherson, Stratford, trained by Kevin McLean, Gilles Barriel. 2 minutes to post time. And Rocky, you and I are coming back with our selections here in the $32,800 Gold Lady Slipper. And we thank Results Marketing and Advertising on their presentation of the Vance Cam. I went to 2 Fitness First off of that monster performance in Charlottetown, where she established a track record of 154 and 4. Then you've got the Earl Watch filly off of the rail for Mark Campbell. She's perfect 4 for 4. I just think it comes down to who outdrives who here in this $32,000 plus on the line. I went to 6. We Danced Anyway for 3rd, and 3 Going for Blood 4th. 2, 1, 6, 3. Rocky, your choices.
Well, I went to the 2 as well off that performance in Charlottetown, because you look at that last quarter, fans, 27 and 3. That's pretty wicked mile, and 154 and 4. That's coming home. And for second, the Windermere Sky, as you mentioned, 4 for 4, perfect. For third, I went to Kenny Arsenault's filly in here, Going for Blood, and then we'll round it out with the 6. We Danced Anyway. So 2, 1, 3, 6. Here in the 14th race, featured Lady Slipper Stake 2-year-old fillies Gold Division for $32,800. Good luck with your selections. Let's have a look at the odds board for the afternoon's 14th race. Lady Slipper Stake Gold Division for 2-year-old fillies. Windermere Sky, Mark Campbell is your current choice on the board at 3 to 4. Fitness First and Corey McPherson at 5 to 2. There's the 3 Going for Blood on your screen with Kenny Arsenault at 31 to 1. Serenity Now 4 and Jason Hughes at 5 to 1. Also on your screen right now is the 4 Serenity Now. 5G is Gem and Claire McDonald at 14 to 1. We Danced Anyway is 6 with David Dowling at 3 to 1, and Beach Jewels rounds out the field with Gilles Barriot at 62 to 1. That's a look at the field for the Gold Division 14th race. Lady Slipper Stake 2-year-old fillies, $32,800. What a purse. Good luck with your selections. Countdown clock. Looks like they're going to be a recall in this one, folks.
I believe the starter is calling the recall, Rocky, here in race 14. Reminder that the windows, that was pari-mutuel windows, remain open for some last minute 14th race selections. The starter's recall has been charged to 5, G is Gem.
The afternoon's 14th race, Lady Slipper Stake, 2-year-old fillies gold for $32,800. Take two, lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
Windermere Sky, Fitness First going for blood. Serenity now, G is Gem. We Danced Anyway beats Jewels. 14th race, Lady Slipper Gold, top of the stretch. Here they come.
The
Rough and pacing, Windermere Sky leaves out. Second is Fitness First, coming from the outside. We danced anyway. Third one to the turn to get away. Fourth, Going for Blood on the outside. Serenity now fifth. Then Gia's Gem and the trailer. That is Beats Jewels. Off stride. Fitness First hit the run in the early going. On the backstretch, led by Windermere Sky in line to Mark Campbell. Second, We Danced Anyway. Back down pacing on the outside. Third, Fitness First, racing from fourth, Going for Blood. Serenity now fifth, Gia's Gem sixth, and trailing the field, that is Beats Jewels 28 and 4. Open this one up, and here comes Fitness First to take over the lead after the early miscue. In line to Corey McPherson. That is Windermere Sky second, then third, We Danced Anyway. Fourth, that's Going for Blood. Then in fifth, Serenity Now. Gia's Gem has dropped back sixth, and Beats Jewels trails seventh. At the midway point, they were led there by Fitness First in 57 and 1. Tracking second, Windermere Sky. On the turn, We Danced Anyway third. Going for Blood has fourth. Then in fifth, that is Serenity Now. Racing from sixth, Gia's Gem. Beats Jewels is seventh. Here comes the three quarters, and it's Fitness First, the leader. Windermere Sky goes second. On the outside, We Danced Anyway third. Up the rail fourth. Going for Blood. 3/4 and 1. 26 and 4. Down to an eighth of a mile left to go, and the battle of the Titan fillies turning for home. Fitness First on the outside. Windermere Sky is taken over late. Going for Blood third. Serenity Now fourth. Here is the undefeated filly Windermere Sky, and Mark Campbell gets his grand slam. Second is Fitness First. Serenity Now rallied in to be third, and the time for the mile in 1:56 and 1.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for the afternoon's 14th race. Lady Slipper Stake, 2-year-old fillies, Gold Division for $32,800. And it was an eventful one. Fitness First went off stride. Windermere Sky got to the front, 28-4. And then Fitness First back down pacing. Clears to the front to have 57 and 1, 3/4 and 1, 26 and 4. Here's the stretch drive. Windermere Sky drives by to win 5 for 5. 156 and 1. Mark Campbell has his fourth win of the afternoon. Fitness First in there for second, rallying up nicely for third is the 4 Serenity Now. So it's 1, 2, 4 unofficially in the 14th. We're going to see Windermere Sky and Mark Campbell in the Woodmere Standard Bridge winner circle in a moment.
Filly is still perfect after 5 lifetime starts. She'll go to the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winners Circle. Here in the 14th, Windermere Sky, bay-pacing filly, the 2-year-old daughter of Somewhere Fancy, is off the Mr. Big Dam Howmack Missy. Owned by Windermere Farms of Springvale and Matt Burke of Stratford. Windermere Farms, the breeder. Earl Watch does the conditioning. Mark Campbell gets his fourth stakes victory on the day for the Grand Slam. 156 and 1. Perfection. You spell it Windermere Sky in the Lady Slipper Gold with the Winner's Circle presentation. Here's the official results in the 14th. Windermere Sky, the winner. Fitness First was second. Going for Blood, fourth. Serenity Now was third. G is Gem, seventh. We Danced Anyway was fifth. Pete's Jewel, sixth. 28 and 4, 57 and 1. 126 and 4. And the Mild in 156 and 1. In review, 1, 2, 4, 3, 7, 5, 6. Windermere Sky, Fate 410. The Exactor 650. Triactor 2020. Superfecta 713.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore Summerside on a Sunday afternoon. 14 races in the books, just one left to go here on the afternoon program. Jill Barrier had a couple of wins today. Mark Campbell's got 4 winners. Corey McPherson with a couple as well. Let's talk about the Red Shores Early and Late Super High 5. Red Shores Racing features an Early and Late Super High 5 as part of the 2025 wagering menu. The Super High 5 is offered on race 5 and the last race of the program. With the low 15% takeout, customers can play the Super High 5 at both Red Shore, Summerside, and Charlottetown. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 15th race. Just to note, number 3, St. Patrick's Morn, has an equipment change from a chin strap to a chin chain. And there is a look at the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam as they're making their way out of the paddock. I'm going to go with a 5.28, backstretch speed 2.48. Classifiers choice is 8.51, and Vance and I are coming up with our selections on the screen here. They're going to show our super high 5s. 7 minutes for the finale.
th race, a division of the O'Brien Grassroots. Regret Nothing won, owned by Windermere Farms, Clive Balderson, R&B Stables, and Matt Burke, trained by Earl Watts. Mark Campbell drives. Ocean View Lou, number 2, owned by Ian Smith from Stratford. Tom Weatherby of Charlottetown. Tommy does the training. Brody McPhee up. St. Patrick's Morn, number 3, is owned and trained by Alan McDonald of East Biddeford. Kenny Murphy driving. 4, Windermere Brent, owned by Dads Without Abs of Fredericton, trained by Kyle Williams. Paul Lenjol. Real Fancy Pants, number 5, owned by Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge, trained by Ashley Gamester. Jason Hughes. Timberley Convict number 6, owned by Timberley Standardbreds of Alberton. Jacob Sweet trains and drives. 7, Woodmere Bet You Do, owned by Dave Kelly of Springvale and David Kelly of Strathmore, Alberta. Trained and driven by Dave Kelly. Saltwater Captain number 8, owned by Joanne McRae, David Myers, Gwyneth McGuirk, and Rick Adams. Trained by David Myers, driven by David Dowling. 4 minutes to post time. We're back with live racing Tuesday night here at Red Shores Summerside. Post time is 6 p.m. Rocky has his Super High Five ticket to wrap up a Sunday afternoon.
Yes, there's a look at our Super High Five tickets on your screen for the upcoming finale. Joe Bryan Memorial 2-year-old Colts Grassroots Division for $14,400. I'm going with the 5, as is Vance, Real Fancy Pants with Jason Hughes. For second, I put the 2, Ocean View Lou. The 8, Saltwater Captain for third. Then the 3, St. Patrick's Morn. He has a bit change, chin strap to, going from chin strap to chin chain. And then I went with the 4, Windermere Brit 4 to round out my Super High Five. Vance going 5, 8, 4, 1, 2. Good luck with your Super High Fives here in the finale. Let's have a look at the odds board for the finale. 8 starters, Joe Bryan Memorial 2-year-old Colts Grassroots for $14,400. Regret Nothing and Mark Campbell at 16-1. Ocean View Lou 2 and Brody McPhee at 6-5. St. Patrick's Morn 3 and Kenny Murphy at 18-1. Windermere Brit is the 4 and Paul Angel at 7-2. 5 is Real Fancy Pants and Jason Hughes at 5-1. Timberley Convict is the 6 with Jacob Sweet at 18-1. Woodmere Bet You Do and Dave Kelly at 76-1. Rounding out the field is Saltwater Captain with David Dowling at 2-1. That's a look at the field for race number 15, the finale. Joe Bryan Memorial 2-year-old Colts Grassroots Division. Good luck with your selections. Well, Vance, it's been a long day, but a good day here at Red Shores Summerside. The 15th race finale, Joe O'Brien Memorial for 14,400 lines up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Up to you for the call.
Almost took the words right out of my mouth, Mr. Skirman. It's been a fun day, a long day, a successful day, and the biggest purse money stake day in the history of Summerside. Doesn't get any better than this. We're going to wrap it up with an O'Brien Grassroot, Regret Nothing, Ocean View Lou, St. Patrick's Morn, Windermere Brett, Real Fancy Pants, Timberley Convict, Woodmere Bet You Do, Saltwater Captain, Super High Five, Post Time. Off and pacing, Windermere Britt, the first one out. Second is St. Patrick's Morn. Along the rail, that's Ocean View Lou. He's got the inside and stacking them up 3 wide to the 8th pole. Woodmere Bet You Do comes up 4th on the outside. Up the rail 5th, Regret Nothing. Now on the outside 6th is Saltwater Captain. To get away 7th, Real Fancy Pants. And trailing the field, Timberley Convict along the backstretch. Windermere Brett made the lead. It's short-lived. Here's Ocean View Lou and Brody McPhee to take over off an opening quarter mile of 29-4. Racing from second, Windermere Brett third. St. Patrick's Morn moving fourth from the outside. Regret Nothing underway. In at the rail, that's Woodmere Bet You Do fifth. Saltwater Captain sixth. Real Fancy Pants is seventh. And the trailer, Timberley Convict. They arrive at the opening half mile next. Ocean View Lou is halfway home. Racing from second, Windermere Brett, Regret Nothing marches first up third. Second over the outside fourth. That's Saltwater Captain. 1 minute and 4 was the half mile. Around the turn they go. Checking in at 5/8. Ocean View Lou getting him there. Regret Nothing on the outside at long odds second. Third at the rail, Windermere Brett. On the outside, Saltwater Captain fourth. St. Patrick's Morn fifth. Real Fancy Pants is sixth. Now on the outside, Timberley Convict seventh, and at the rail, Woodmere Bet You Do the trailer, 3/4 in the books. Ocean View Lou was there in 1:31 flat. They round the turn for the final time with just 1/8 of a mile to go, and Ocean View Lou is the leader turning home. Windermere Brett set up for the stretch drive on the outside. St. Patrick's Morn closing up at the rail. Deep stretch now. St. Patrick's Morn just got it all for Kenny Murphy. Ocean View Lou second, Windermere Brett third, and the time for the mile in 2:01 and 01.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for the 15th race finale. Joe O'Brien Memorial 2-year-old colts in the Grassroots division. I know some people are going to be out there pretty happy in the winner's circle today. Ocean View Lou goes to the front, 29-4, the half in a minute 4, 131 3/4. Here's the stretch drive, and St. Patrick's Morn and Kenny Murphy gets along with them very well. 2 drives, 2 wins, back-to-back winning performances with Kenny Murphy in the bike. Kenny Murphy likes to get them home and upset them, and he does in here. 2:01 right to his record today. St. Patrick's Morn, Alan McDonald is the owner and the trainer. Kenny Murphy doubles up in the bike today. Ocean View Lou in there for second. Windermere Britt third. It's 3-2-4 unofficially in the 15th race finale. We're going to see St. Patrick's Morn and Kenny Murphy in the Woodmere Standardbreds winner's circle next.
Well, Kenny Murphy opened up this Super Sunday card in Summerside, and he'll close it down, winning a division of the O'Brien with St. Patrick's Morn in the winner's circle, pacing Brown Gelding 2 by Malicious off the Intrepid Sealsterdam White Sand Whisper. Owned, trained, and bred by Alan McDonald of East Biddeford. Kenny Murphy's second stakes win of the day, right to the Colts record of 201-1. St. Patrick's Morn in an O'Brien upset at Summerside with the winner's circle cooler presentation. Now the official results in the 15th, Regret Nothing 7th, Ocean View Lose 2nd. St. Patrick's Morn, the race winner. Windermere Britt was 3rd. Real Fancy Pants finished 8th. Timberley Convict was 5th. Woodmere Bet You Do finished 4th. Saltwater Captain was 6th, 29-4, 1 minute 4, 131, and the mile in 201-1. In review, it's 7-2-1, 3-8-5, 4-6. St. Patrick's Morn paid $21.10 to win. The Exactor $50.10. The Triactor $228.10. And the Late Daily Double paid $150.20. And no word on the Super High 5 here in the 15th. And that's going to wrap up Super Sunday Stakes Day in Summerside. Today's par mutual handle, $124,758. Ladies and gentlemen, from up top of the Summerside Raceway, thanking you for joining us. This is Vance Cameron, bidding you a safe journey home.